Representing Germany, Thorsten
so that we can see the crowd.
Düsseldorf, this is your semi-final. Düsseldorf, we are nearly ready for our semi-final. Let's make some noise!
skulle bare have slået på den sted på vej. Ja. alltid vill provspela satsningar på...
Men var det den du slog?
Nej, bara det är inte bra. Det är det bästa.
Düsseldorf's Merker Spiel-Arena, and a most fitting setting for the first medal match in table tennis ever at an Invictus Games. We are about to see the mixed doubles TT4 through 7 bronze medal contest, and it is between Denmark and host Germany. Representing Denmark, Mike Holmberg and Kenneth Hultoft, going against Torsten Kardel and Christian Münster of Germany. The players are being introduced. Last-minute equipment verification is going on. The accreditations are coming off, and we will be underway in just a few moments. Now, table tennis is one of the core sports in Germany, and in this city particularly. And so this is a very special moment for the German duo Torsten Kardel and Christian Münster. And they are having a wonderful time with their competitors. It's hard to call them competitors, really, because this is a match that is being played amongst friends, teammates, colleagues, comrades. At these Invictus Games, we are all one, we are all together. The final countdown underway to the mixed doubles at TT4 through 7 bronze medal match. And beside me, Ollie Hogben, Paralympic table tennis commentator. What do you make of this one?
Well, what an opportunity it is for Germany to win the first ever medal in table tennis at the Invictus Games. It's an extraordinary opportunity for Torsten Kardel and Christian Münster. You've got to feel for them. They lost an extremely close semi-final, 11-9 in the decider. What does that do psychologically? They seem to take it very well. They recognise that they were best in a very close match. They're a good partnership from what we've seen of them so far. They move nicely around the table. They've got a good understanding. What they'll have to contend with in Mike Holmberg and Kenneth Hultoft is very different from the duo they faced in the semi-final stage. Holmberg and Hultoft, well, if we're looking for small things, they have had slightly more time away from the table. For Kardel and Münster, it's been about 15 minutes. For these two, probably about 25 minutes or so. They're ready for it, aren't they? And I'm sure you are too.
They've got a huge Danish support contingent cheering them on, and right beside them, some very passionate German fans. Here we go. First point to Denmark, Holmberg and Hultoft. And the Germans answer quickly. This is a simple game, really. The first team to 11 points with a 2-point margin of victory wins the game. The first team to get the best of 3 games wins the match, and consequently the medal.
It is a wonderfully accessible sport. Table tennis is rightly very proud of how many people play the sport, especially in an adaptive sense, and these are the standing classes 4 through to 7. Now, interestingly, early on here, we're seeing what we saw in the semi-final stage for Holmberg and Hultoft, some problems with serve. And and they'll need to try to get those ironed out as they go on through this match, because Cardle and Münster are the sort of players you don't want to give too many free points to.
They went on a wonderful run, didn't they, Cardle and Münster, in their last match. It was tied 1-1, and they nearly came back and took it.
They did, and Torsten Cardle has got a really nice, sensitive backhand, that player there. Gets good judgment. Oh, yeah, well, there's nothing you can do about that. Good old Mike Holmberg. I mean, he apologised before that even bounced. Big, bellowed sorry across the table. And that's the right etiquette in table tennis, in all racket sports. When you benefit from a net cord, you always apologise. Difficult shot that for Holmberg. Came back towards his body, so he didn't have much time to try and work the backhand.
And early on in this bronze medal match, it is Germany out front, 7-3 currently against Denmark in game 1.
Well, having complimented Torsten Cardle's backhand, he made a rare error with it there. But the depth on the serve from Christian Münster, so impressive. Right from that serve, the Danes were pushed back, making it very difficult for them to get any sort of quality on the return. Oh, that was beautifully hit. Lovely injection of power and pace from Torsten Cardle.
And as they approach game point, the Germans just seem energized, don't they?
That's good defensive play from the Danes. There's a beautiful forehand in there from Christian Münster. But that was impressive play from quite deep from the two gentlemen in red. And you can feel, can't you, Blythe, what it means to Cardle and Münster to be possibly winning the first table tennis medal in the history of the Invictus Games in their home nation.
Oh, absolutely. And we'll talk more about it later, but table tennis is such a wonderful sport. It's so inclusive.
Yeah, absolutely. It really is.
And in this nation, there is such a history of it.
Well, that really is a case of the Danes hanging on.
And there you have it, exhorting the crowd because Germany has taken game 1. And that puts Torsten Cardle and Christian Münster one short game away from the bronze medal for Germany.
Wasn't a bad serve, but the return from Christian Münster was excellent, got good depth on it, and it just forced Holmberg into a slightly wild shot. But the reaction after they won that, especially from him, from Torsten Cardle, goodness me.
And thus a trademark gesture is born.
Yeah, that's going to make it into a lot of Invictus Games highlights reels, isn't it? But what you were saying, Blythe, in the semi-final match for them about how much this sport means in this country, in this city, we see it borne out there.
Yes, indeed. And confirmation of game 1 in the bronze medal game. It is 11-7 in favor of Germany. But yes, to return to Dusseldorf and table tennis, in this city, you know, table tennis is hugely popular in the country as a whole, but in Dusseldorf in particular, this is the home of Borussia Dusseldorf. 33 German Bundesliga titles, far more than any other club. And it has some German superstars playing for it as well.
Absolutely. A lot of the crowd that have come here to watch this, they are used to going to watch table tennis, and they're loving Torsten Cardle because he's giving this great energy.
Germany looking quite well on fire early in this game too, up 3-0 against Denmark.
That's a very useful point for the Danes. Slightly wayward return from Cardle, and it just allows Denmark to get on the board before the game starts to slip away from them. The problem is that Holmberg and Hultoft, who are good players, are being moved around so much by Cardle and Münster. And the only points that the Danes have actually won in this game, they've been errors, unforced errors from Cardle and Münster. They haven't managed to actually produce any clear winners of their own.
And that is significant. It tells you something, doesn't it?
It really does. It actually tells you in a way that these two, they just need to not beat themselves now in this game and not give any free points to Holmberg and Hultoft. All it could take is one big winner from Holmberg and Hultoft and they'll completely come to life in this game. For a moment, I thought that might be about to clip the edge, but it didn't. Oh, what a super piece of play from Hultoft. Got that into the postage stamp in the corner.
And with that, we are tied at 4-all. And for the first time now, Denmark goes up.
Suddenly we found ourselves unexpectedly in a sort of point-for-point battle. Yeah, that was great play. Little disguise from Holmberg. It was either disguise or he second-guessed himself. Looked as though he was going to thump the ball. Played it a little softer. Actually, it worked. It was hard for Cardle and Münster to read.
It has taken one game, but Denmark looks to have found its swing.
Oh, and just as you say it, Mike Holmberg winces as he plays that backhand into the net. Sometimes, and I'm sure many of you who are watching this who play table tennis know the feeling, the hardest thing to do is to hold on to a lead once you've got it. A lot of people play at their best when they're fighting back from several points down. The moment you inch in front, that's when you're often most error prone. And they've had just a couple of them there, those last 2 points, the Danes. Absolutely walloped the forehand. It's the only thing more powerful than it was Cardle's reaction. It was a fearsome hit from Christian Münster. Sat up at a really nice height for him to take.
And he did take advantage. What a wallop.
Oh, it's a cruel one. To take you 2 points away from winning the bronze medal with a net cord like that. It was a nice reaction from Holmberg, a sort of cheerful stroke wry smile. Pressure, that was the pressure of that point.
And now match point to Germany. This one is for the bronze.
Perhaps just the slight sense as Torsten Cardle taps himself on the head with his racket there, that he was snatching at the opportunity.
3 match points to Germany.
Well, they rode one, weren't they, the Danes? Net cord benefiting them. So 2 of the match points saved.
It was ever so close. Match point once more. And they've got it. Bronze to Germany. In Dusseldorf, Thorsten Kardel and Christian Münster have sealed the Invictus Games bronze medal in table tennis. What a moment for them. The first medal to be awarded in this new sport in its debut at the Invictus Games. And it goes to the German nation. Germany is one of the world capitals of table tennis. It is so popular here, and this means so much to these players.
I think you put it beautifully. It's a very special moment for a nation that is frankly table tennis mad. Germany adores this sport, and it is played at the elite level by so many, but recreationally by even more. And that is why there are such tears of joy in the crowd, because if there's ever a sport where it really matters for Germany to get something at these games, it's table tennis. But a word on the two Danes, Mike Holmberg and Kenneth Hultoft. They've had a brilliant run to get to the bronze medal match. A couple of very skilled players, They were outmaneuvered today by Kardel and Münster, who are themselves extremely high quality table tennis players, but there's no shame in that. That was a good performance from the Danes.
Emotions from the players and emotions from those who are supporting them as well. To do it in this city, which is really the heart of table tennis in Germany, is so important.
And that's saying a lot for any city to be the heart of table tennis in a nation like Germany.
The result in the bronze medal match in men's table tennis at the Invictus Games by a margin of 11-7 and then 11-8. Thorsten Kardel and Christian Münster secure the bronze medal. And they did it in just 2 games. Wasn't he wonderful, the way that he roused the crowd? And now he joins his teammate and his competitors in saluting them, giving something back after they have given all 4 of them so much. It's a party in the Merker Spiel-Arena.
That is an absolutely beautiful sight. Can you tell right now who's won the bronze medal? I can't.
Absolutely not.
And if that doesn't embody the spirit of Invictus, I've no idea what does. It's absolutely extraordinary. You'll hear us as commentators talk endlessly about the spirit of Invictus. The reason is because it is there all the time, and it is special, and it is different. It's unlike any other multi-sport games. If you were to take a still image and show that to any sports fan in the world and say, tell me right now which nation won that match, they would not be able to indicate it, because it's not the thing that matters most.
That is not what this is about. And yes, the matches are played and we analyze point for point what's going on, but it's about so much more than that. Here is the moment of victory. The moment when Thorsten Kardel and Christian Münster contributed their slice of history to the great history of German table tennis.
It's a lovely return of serve actually from Thorsten Kardel, floated it back, the length was excellent, just sat up on the edge of the table, and Mike Holmberg only probably about 10-20% too much on his shot, drifted long. The thing that has been so impressive about Torsten Kardel is, yes, he's been absolutely flying around the building, shrieking, jumping around, getting excited, but he's played his shots with control.
It's such a precision sport, table tennis, isn't it?
It is, and it's so easy to get so excited by a medal match that you lose your composure, and he didn't.
Coming up next, the gold medal match in table tennis. It's the mixed doubles TT4 through 7 category, and this one is going to be spectacular. Israel for Israel in just 20 minutes time. Do stay with us. to the Merker Spiel-Arena, where we are about to witness an Invictus Games first. For the first time at the Invictus Games, table tennis is being contested, and the first ever gold medal match in the event is about to take place. It is a remarkable day at these most remarkable games, but that is not the only extraordinary thing about this moment. We actually already know the destination of the gold medal because the two teams contending for it are really the same team. It will be Israel versus Israel, Boaz Arad and Yigal Lagzil against their comrades, teammates, and friends, Yager Kayseri and Menash Zorek. Here is a look at the two teams as their rackets are being verified. Boaz Arad and his partner Yigal Lagzil. And on the opposite side of the court, Yager Kayseri and Menash Zorek prepping. Both teams won their semi-final rounds against pairs from Germany and Denmark, who met for a fascinating bronze medal match not 30 minutes ago. Germany prevailed there with Torsten Kardel and Christian Münster defeating Mike Holmberg and Kenneth Hultoft of Denmark to bring the bronze medal home to Germany, which is one of the international capitals of table tennis, and particularly this city, Dusseldorf, has a wonderful history in the sport and the game, and we will get into that a little bit more as this match unfolds. Ollie Hogben, Paralympic table tennis commentator, what are you making of this?
That's a very good question to which I'm not entirely sure of the answer, because these two pairs know each other rather well. They've trained together, they've learned their craft together, and that always makes for a fascinating dynamic in any racket sport, when you've got people actually who probably don't have many secrets about how they play. Throughout the day, and it's been a very busy day for the table tennis competitors, they've been coming up against folk that they've had to learn about right from the first point, and sometimes it takes a while to learn how your opponent plays, to work out the strengths and weaknesses, to read their game and to find a way through. Often that takes an entire game. But here, there will be nothing that is really unknown about how they play. They'll have trained and played together for some time. That makes for a really interesting dynamic. What we do know is the gentleman on the right there, Yigal Lagzil, has got a mighty old forehand, really good. They serve well, those two. Over on the other side of the table, Yager Kayseri is the taller of the two players. Very good movement, very good at keeping the ball nice and low. And they too, Kayseri and Menash Zorek, have an effective serve. So I think we're in for a really engrossing contest, actually. This could be, it could be very tight, could be very tight.
As you say, Ollie, these two pairs, they know each other very well. They have practiced and trained together, and indeed, there will be no secrets. All shall be revealed to us shortly as well. And perhaps this is a good moment to observe that table tennis is hugely popular here in Germany, but in Israel as well. At the Paralympic level, we have the Paralympian from Tokyo 2020 from Israel, Caroline Tabib, or Corporal Caroline Tabib, as we should refer to her. She is a serving soldier in the Israeli Armed Forces. She's been to the last two Paralympics. She's 27 years old. She was born paralyzed from the waist down and began table tennis when she was 8 years old, and she's become such an active figure in promoting the sport in Israel and abroad. So this is a great moment for Israeli table tennis as well. And this sport, we can't say enough about how inclusive it is, how it is easily adapted to whatever your functionality might be. And it's such a wonderful addition to the Invictus Games.
Couldn't agree more. Couldn't agree more. So what's lovely about it is that we've got a new sport at the Games, and it's being contested in the final by a new nation at the Invictus Games. So that really is a great story, no matter which of these two ultimately is victorious.
It couldn't have been written better.
If Jaguar Kayseri can control the power on his forehand, then he's going to be tough to deal with. And those of you who are new to watching the sport of table tennis, and particularly to adaptive table tennis, this is the ITT4 through to 7 class. So ITT4 is for upper limb impairments, ITT5 lower limb impairments, ITT6 visual impairment, ITT7 open and MFI competitors.
It is the final countdown, the mixed doubles TT4-7 gold medal match in table tennis. It is Israel versus Israel for Invictus Games gold. Here we go. The graphic on the bottom right of your screen, there are two Israeli flags there, but the flag on top is that which represents the team of Boaz Arad and Yigal Lagzil, and the flag on the bottom is for the points accumulated by Jaguar Kayseri and Menash Zorek. And so far, things are quite even.
3-1 now to the good for Jaguar Kayseri and Menash Zorek. Just running, there we go. Now we've got the graphics correctly positioned. That was not a correctly positioned forehand, regrettably, from Jaguar Kayseri. That's what I was mentioning earlier. The player on the right, the taller of the two players on the left of your screen now. He's got a powerful forehand. It's just about controlling the power. But they've started brightly, Kayseri and Zorek.
And just a bit of housekeeping, if you are new to watching table tennis, players will play each game to 11 points. They must win the game with at least a 2-point margin of victory, and the best of 3 games takes the title.
Yes, that's a difference from the Paralympics or the World Table Tennis competitions, which are 5 or 7. So these are shorter. And they're rattling through this at the moment, Kayseri and Zorek.
Kayseri and Zorek opening up a 6-3 lead so far over their teammates, their competitors, and their friends, Boaz Arad and Yigal Lagzil.
Didn't quite get a true connection on that return. Boaz Arad, he was replaying the point in his mind afterwards. Yeah, that was sat up so perfectly for Menash Zorek. So they really are well in control now, those two, Zorek and Kayseri. 9-3 to the good. Boaz Arad just put a little too much height on the ball.
And just a reminder, on the left side of your screen, that is Jaguar Kayseri and Menash Zorek. On the right, Boaz Arad and Yigal Lagzil. At the moment, it is Kayseri and Zorek who are approaching a victory in the first game. Set point for them. And that is quite a decisive first game taken by Jaguar Kayseri and Menash Zorek over their teammates Boaz Arad and Yigal Lagzil. 1 game to the good for Kayseri and Zorek, and that puts them 1 game from the gold medal.
Excellent game. They played it so well. You could, I think, just see there the complexity of the serve from that gentleman, Menash Zorek. Difficult to deal with. He's got nice technique. There's a lot of spin on the ball, and then the powerful forehand, really effective from Jaguar Kayseri. So it's what we were talking about at the start. effectiveness of the serve from Zorek and then Kayseri's power taking the ball on the forehand side. What they have done so far, Yago Kayseri and Menash Zorek, is not really allow Boaz Arad and Yigal Lagzil to be at all in control of any of the rallies. They've been reacting, not acting.
Players switch ends of the court as we begin game 2. And that means that Arad and Lagzil are on the left-hand side of your screen, Kayseri and Zorek on the right.
What a super piece of play from Menash Zorek. He covered the table so well, moved laterally, took it on the forehand, kept Kayseri and Zorek in the point. That time, he rather lashed at the forehand and gifted the point to Arad and Lagzil. Problem with that serve, it was a shake of the head from Yigal Lagzil because he knew that the serve had sat up at too high a height for the other duo from Israel. It's easy to hit.
And this time, Kayseri and Zorek have opened up a 4-2 lead. Can be a bit difficult to tell which team is which with the graphic. Arad and Lagzil, they are represented by the flag on top, so they have 3 points at the moment. Kayseri and Zorek by the flag on the bottom. They lead 5-3 in this game too.
And it's a slightly nervous game. A few unforced errors. There's another example. Yigal Lagzil really thundered that forehand, just didn't get the height right. Oh! Nearly. It's really starting to tell now, the pressure on the scoreboard on Boaz Arad and Yigal Lagzil. A service error. Well, the spin there from the serve by Yigal Lagzil, a little deceptive. Again, Boaz Arad forced with the return to push the ball quite high, and that was right into the striking zone of Kayseri and Zorek. It was easy to put away. And that was right into the striking zone of Yago Kayseri, and he leathered it into the net. Apologised to Menash Zorek.
So far, Kayseri and Zorek still on top and approaching match point, but they have had difficulty during the last few rallies.
Yes, it's a good response. Oh, well. And then another pressure serve, and it brings up a match point. Just put too much on it. Menash Zorek. 1 match point down.
Presenting the first Invictus Games champions in table tennis. It is gold to Yagar Kayseri and Menash Zorek of Israel. There they are, the champions of the Invictus Games. The mixed doubles 4-4. Oh, T4-4 and T4-7 bronze medal. Gold and silver to Israel in table tennis. The mixed doubles TT 4-7 gold medal won by Yagar Kayseri and Menash Zorek. 11-4, 11-7. It took them just 2 games to take the match and the gold. Invictus Games gold to Israel.
A new sport, a new nation, first-time champions. Lovely moment for Jago Kayseri and Menash Zorek. Did wonder if perhaps Bozarad and Yigal Lagzil were going to mount a comeback in that second game. They were getting close to it. They played wonderfully though. Silver medal. When you consider how strong a competition it's been, the quality of the partnerships, they really have done well.
So it will be gold and silver to Israel, bronze to Germany in the mixed doubles TT 4-7 category. A well-earned title on the part of Jager Kayseri and Menash Zorek of Israel.
And I think a very respectful reaction as they won that point. There wasn't a celebration. They're playing against their own teammates, their own friends, as you put it so well at the start, Blythe, their own comrades. And so there was no desire to leap around and to celebrate exuberantly. It was a match won, but that's all it was. It was one match in the context of a big Invictus journey that all of these competitors have been on and been on it together.
It's not so much about winning and losing here, is it? It's not about defeating people, because really, when you look around at the athletes and the nations gathered here, everybody is on the same team.
Yeah, completely. And that's why at the Invictus Games we so seldom use the term defeated. We talk often about people being beaten but not defeated, because as the patron himself, Prince Harry, the Duke of Sussex, said at the start, to get here, just to be at these games, that is in itself a victory for each of these competitors.
Let's have a look back at some of the memorable moments from this gold medal match.
Really a very effective partnership. He's got really impressive technique, Jago Kayseri, powerful player, but controls his shots nicely. And then you've got Menash Zorek, who's a bit of a flair player, got an effective serve. When you've got, in a competition like this, a strong server and somebody who can play powerful forehand winners, you've got really good contenders to go all the way to take the gold, and that's how they did it.
In just a few minutes, we will bring you the medal ceremony in mixed doubles table tennis, where we will see Germany in bronze and Israel awarded the gold and silver medals. It is now time for the medal ceremony in table tennis in the mixed doubles, TT 4-7. It's been a fascinating day as this sport has made its debut at the Invictus Games, and what a wonderful addition to the program it has been. Momentarily, we will be honoring the top 3 pairs in this category as they receive their well-deserved medals. The medal ceremony to commence momentarily.
Please be aware that the medal ceremony will take place at 5:30 as scheduled. It will take place at 5:30 as scheduled.
Welcome to the victory ceremony for the first medals ever awarded in table tennis at the Invictus Games. This is a special moment, a brilliant moment for the games themselves and all involved in it.
The bronze medals will be presented by Susie Shorts, representative of the Fisher House Foundation.
The presentation party being introduced in the arena now.
Representing Team Unconquered, Lucas Kusiara and Salvatore Basta.
Łukasz Koziara from Team Unconquered.
The silver medals will be presented by Dr. Stephen Kerr, Mayor of Düsseldorf. Silver medalists representing Germany, Kevin Christopher Kuiken and Martin Newberg.
Kevin Koitke and Martin Neugebauer of Germany. They played valiantly, and as a result, they earn the silver medal. This is the mixed doubles TT 1-3 group.
The gold medals will be presented by Dr. Eva Hochel, Parliamentary Commissioner of the Armed Forces, Germany. Gold medalists and Invictus Games champions, representing the Republic of Korea, Choi Il-san and Jun Eun-shan.
Choi Il-san and Jun Eun-shan of the Republic of Korea. They are the Invictus Games champions in mixed doubles TT 1-3 table tennis. They played valiantly, and they are the very best. The gold medal to Jung Eun-chang and Choi Il-sung of the Korea Republic. The podium in table tennis in the mixed doubles TT 1-3 category. Bronze to Team Unconquered, silver to Germany, and gold for the Republic of Korea. What a fantastic moment for all competitors. The bronze medalists from Team Unconquered, Łukasz Koziara and Salvatore Basta.
Good evening on this day 4 of the Invictus Games. It's been a busy day in Dusseldorf. We've seen the start of the swimming. That's always fantastic to watch. We've also got the culmination of the wheelchair basketball. The USA taking on Team France, and I have to say the USA looking very strong, looking to back up that win they had in the wheelchair rugby a couple of nights ago. And it's also been the debut of table tennis here. The Germans introduced it, and rather unsurprisingly, they're very good at it. It's also been the introduction of 3 new nations here at the Invictus Games. We've got Team Colombia, Nigeria and also Israel. And Alison Walker's been to catch up with one of their team members.
We're here in the Invictus village, fabulous village. You can see so much energy and action going on in the background, and you can catch up with 1 or 2 of the competitors, which is what I've done. I've bumped into the lovely Liran Koryat from Team Israel. Welcome, Liran.
Thank you very much.
Israel at the Invictus Games. How are you feeling about that?
Very excited. Everyone is very excited about it.
Yeah, and just marching into the arena at the opening, describe your emotions then.
I was knocked out. I wasn't there.
You were knocked out, you weren't there. Ah, well, it looked at the team. You must have heard from the team how amazing it was.
Yeah.
Yeah. Tell us a little bit about you then and how you came to be here.
I did some swimming before I got injured. And after I got injured, part of my rehabilitation was swimming.
So that got you back on track. So what happened to you? Can you tell us what happened to you?
Yeah, I was in coma for 7 days. I was crushed out all the body.
And this was an accident with a truck, with a jeep?
This was an accident with a jeep, and it took long rehabilitation. And once they took off my cast and everything, and I was free to walk, then I got back straight ahead swimming, and since then I swim.
So what was the motivation? What really drove you? Because that must have been really difficult.
Go back to life, get back to life, get back to be normal. In the swimming pool you can do anything basically. It doesn't matter what your problems, you can be in the swimming pool.
But you seem to have really reacted so well to everything because you were in a coma at one point.
It took a long time to come back.
Right.
I couldn't talk, I forgot how to talk, I forgot a lot of things how to do. I had to start learning everything from the beginning.
And was swimming the main drive because you'd swam as a child competitively, and did that open that door for you?
I just wanted to be in the environment of water. It's quiet.
And how did you realise how good you were at swimming again? Did you realise that the passion come back for the sport?
Just for the water.
You just love being in the water,
I just love
right?
being in the water.
But your life has been about challenges, hasn't it? About someone saying you can't do something and then you say, yes, I can.
Exactly. This is what brings me back to life.
But
to prove everyone that I can.
Yeah, but how easy is that to do? Describe how, because you must have had some down moments, you must have had difficult moments in your recovery.
A lot. A lot.
So what else did they tell you you couldn't do?
I will never be pregnant, I will never walk. No one was very positive about it. So I did my way alone.
And tell us what happened, because you have children now.
I did a lot of other things in medicine. I went to acupuncture, and I tried everything that's possible.
And here you are.
And here I am.
And tell us about your relationship with the Invictus Games. Because it's first time this year, but you knew of them before?
No, I've never heard of the Invictus. 9 months ago, they asked me if I want to go. I said yes, and here I am.
And here you are. And what are your family saying about what you've done and your achievements so far?
My youngest child here is 7 years old. He's excited. He doesn't know what to do with himself. He runs from here to there to go. He's excited about it.
They must be very proud of their mum.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And what do you want to achieve here? What's the plan for your event?
Medals, if possible. If not, I'll enjoy it.
Yeah. That's the main thing. Which events are you doing in the swimming?
I do backstroke, freestyle, and backstroke.
And which is your strongest? Which is the one we should be looking out for?
Breaststroke, hopefully.
Breaststroke. And how much would it mean to you to do well for your country, for Israel, but also for yourself?
To have pride for the country, for the first time at least.
Well, good luck with that, Korea. It's been lovely meeting you, and thank you very much indeed for joining us on the show. She's amazing, isn't she? And we wish her all the best for her events.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Alison. She is amazing. Liran there from Team Israel. And so many inspiring stories here at the Invictus Games. And Lane has joined me now. Lane, this is the first games. We've discussed it before. But Liran's story, there are so many athletes with similar tales to tell.
Yeah. And this is the thing, like the rowing earlier took place and it was absolutely fantastic. Franklin, she's done a fantastic job, obviously, doing the rowing by herself. And this is it. This is one thing we joked about as well. I wanted to get involved and I didn't need to get involved because the whole of the GB team actually came and supported their teammate, which was a fantastic, wonderful thing.
Yeah, because you're talking about Frankie, you went to see a little bit earlier on, and yeah, and we can catch up with that story now.
Guys, Team UK, Team GB, good to see you. Thank you so much for being here. Frankie, you are here and you have done a wonderful thing earlier. Tell me more about your experience in the rowing when you done that amazing job.
Well, for me, rowing is important. It's me proving that I can do anything, and my team knew it was important to me, and they got me there, and it was amazing just doing it with them alongside. They wouldn't do it any other way. We support each other, and there was no way they were going to let me go out there on my own. So just having them alongside was all the strength I needed. So
fantastic. You're well in demand. Obviously, you've got the rowing, you've got the basketball as well. So what do you say you're more prolific in and you enjoy more?
Oh, my coach is here. I can't choose. He'll kill me. You know what? I chose each sport for a purpose, and coming here, just doing my best. I think I'm accomplishing that. Doing my best. I have to make Coach proud against the US in a bit, so we'll see how that one goes.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much for being here. I know you've got to get off as well because you're well in demand. Is there a special UK or Team GP chant that everyone does?
Yes.
There is? Mm-hmm. Can we do that, please?
Yes. Ready?
Yeah.
Let's go UK, let's go.
Oh, oh.
Let's go UK, let's go.
Oh, oh.
Let's go UK, let's go.
Yo, yo.
Let's go UK, let's go.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I know. Good luck with everything, and I'm going to be supporting, and we're going to be supporting in the studio as well. Jonathan's a big fan as well. Thank you so much.
Have a good day.
Cheers. Thank you. Cheers. Cheers.
Yeah, thanks, Lane. I'm a big fan, as is my next guest, JJ Chalmers. He's a big pal as well, but he competed in the first games back in 2014. And JJ, I have to ask you first, did you have a chant, a Team GB chant back in those days like that?
Do you know, we didn't, and part of the reason is that we didn't kind of have anything. And what I mean by that is it was such an unexpected experience in 2014. Like, we barely had kits and uniforms until about the day before it, and all of a sudden we just didn't appreciate the size and scale of what it was going to be. We just thought it was going to be a sports day at an army barracks somewhere, and then it was a venue like this, the Olympic Park, and yeah, there wasn't time for chants. We were just kind of like a bull in the headlights.
And look at this, and having competed in 4 Olympic Games, probably broadcasted another 5 or 6, this is worthy of an Olympic Games. And given where it started in 14 and was only conceived in 13,
yeah,
with Prince Harry, and I know you were part of all of that, it's quite an incredible story.
It really is, and this is important not just for the competitors, but particularly for the friends and family, that they come and they feel like rock stars for the week. They are given an experience befitting of the service that they've given, and ultimately the journeys that they've been through. It's to make them feel special and appreciated. Because, listen, and no one joins the military for a pat on the back and a thank you, but actually every so often you deserve it.
And the Germans have done a great job, a home for respect, a country inevitably which has a kind of a complicated relationship with war, and to see that the fans coming out here and the kind of atmosphere that's created be incredible for the organisers.
Yeah, I was hit by that immediately as I walked in here on the first day. Just the mix of people that are here. Obviously, there's a lot of military personnel coming, you know, school kids, friends, family, and that's really important because, as you say, with this home for respect, Invictus is a recovery tool for those that are taking part in it. but it is also a tool to educate those that witness it, whether it be here or through TV broadcasts or whatever it might be. You can educate people, you can give them an insight into the military disability, whatever it might be, and that was integral in Prince Harry's vision from the very beginning.
So mentioning Prince Harry, and his life has become complicated, as we all know. We won't get into that in any respect, but I know you're a mate of his, and seeing the way he's received here is quite something.
Yeah, and this is a pretty special reunion for most of us, that not just were there in 2014, but as you say, in the years leading up to it, whether it was through recovery, through the conception of the idea. And so to be able to come back to a place where people like me feel very, very comfortable, and to be received, and it's such a mutual respect that he has for the crowd and those that come up to him, but vice versa. There's a real love from those that attend, that to recognize the platform that he recognized that he had, and that he could use that to be able to create something that would benefit so many.
Let's talk a little bit about you. You competed in 14, and your journey to Invictus started in 2011, didn't it? With what happened to you?
So 2011, serving in Afghanistan, Royal Marine Commando, wounded by an improvised explosive device, damage to pretty much every inch of my body. It took, 11 to 14 to probably get to a point where, I had a level of independence back, but I was starting to, be able to be fit enough to be involved in sport, things like that. And so, 2014 was this sort of catalyst moment where physically I'd kind of got to a point of recovery, but mentally I definitely rediscovered who I had been previously in the military, and really built my confidence for what would ultimately come after.
Yeah, I mean, where would you be without Invictus? I mean, there's a question.
You can't even begin to imagine. And listen, and I owe you a great deal of gratitude as well, because you interviewed me back in 2014, and I pretty much sat just like this, and I remember watching you do your job, and I remember thinking, that looks like a very hard job, first of all, but you were doing it with a smile on your face, and I thought, you know what, that's what I want to do. And obviously I said to you, next time we do an interview, I want to be sat in that chair. And I'd be very fortunate to go on and have a broadcast career that, like yourself, spans across Olympics, Paralympics, all sorts of stuff. But there's nothing more special than coming back to where it all began. Yeah,
and I remember the interview with Dave Henson, who I think was the team captain, and there was another guy as well.
Paul Vicey.
Vicey, I think had the video of him being blown up on his phone, and it was really in this kind of black humour almost, and a way to get through. But just a final comment, because we're both trustees of the foundation, and I think Prince Harry said this in one of the receptions he was at. This is fantastic, but it's also about the support between games and the ongoing support for the community of veterans.
Yeah, this, from where I've been standing, even as a competitor, this is the pinnacle. Of course it is. But what happens on Monday? And for me, it was that I went on and tried to become a TV presenter. But actually, for lots of people, they might not be fully prepared to rejoin the, complete society, as it were, on Civvy Street. They will continue to need the support of Invictus, and they can't wait 2 years for another games. So what can they do between those game cycles? And that's where I think there should be more opportunities for, adventurous activities or whatever it might be, or just purely being part of a community that exists, not just within the games week, but exists all year round and for the rest of their lives as well. Because there's a comfort and an importance that comes from being around like-minded people where you don't have to explain what happened to you, for example, or you have that mutual respect and understanding of each other. So keeping the Invictus community together is really, really important.
It's been a pleasure. Always good to see you.
Pleasure.
And I'll see you soon.
Thank you.
Yeah, so many inspirational stories here at the Invictus Games. And here's another one, this time from Team Ukraine.
My name is Volodymyr Hara. I am from Ukraine. In this game, I will try and shot archer, pool, swimming, and table tennis. My friends volunteer, tell me about the Weekend Day, tell what is this, tell the soldiers and officers who have something damaged can be try in the sports when this guy won. And I think this is cool because I was not a professional sportsman, but I can feel the same like in the Paralympics. When I finished study in the military academy, Russia was annexing Crimea. This is be 2014 year. My company will start fighting in the Lugansk region, and we have many explains, many missions, and one of these missions this is reconnaissance artillery. I've been in the higher building. This is maybe 11 or 12th floor, and I was help another troops. This is be Ukrainian air forces who stay in the Lugansk airport, and we was protect this airport. And Russian troops come behind this position, and I was reconnaissance artillery. And in the same moment, enemy artillery shot, be explosion behind me. So in this time, this has happened 5th September in 2014, and I have damaged my right arm and not convulsed because my spinal cord was totally destroyed. If this guy see my story or see me on TV, on the social media, I want this guy start and girl start in sport. Maybe not come to the game another year, but try sport, make your body stronger and your mind more clear. I want the guys who have the same damage or easier or harder, this doesn't matter. Just start being the sports. Try swimming pool, try running, try the bicycle. This is not important. And be independent. Not stay at home all day, not being the parents, you must do something. And maybe you be good programmer or good teacher, but sport help you make your dreams. Your mind be clear and your body start to be stronger. Invictus game for me, this is respect, relationship, and winner.
Volodir's story to Laurent from Israel, and also JJ I spoke to just that little bit earlier on. All of them remarkable. Lane's come back in the hot seat. There is something really quite, I don't know, it stops you in your tracks really about these games, and I think particularly with Team Ukraine, when you think that there's a war going on in their country and you have competitors here, and rightly drawing attention to what's going on, because it would be so easy perhaps to forget.
First, I want to say Slava Ukraini. Apparently that's a good thing to say for the Ukrainian people. I mean, look, there's so many smiles and happy faces here, even though they're going through so much at the moment, which is miraculous, and that embodies the whole spirit of the Invictus Games. And all of the other competitors are really supporting Team Ukraine as well. So it's something that I really like. And it's wonderful. We've got this amazing view here as well. So we've got the full view of everything that's happening here. We've got obviously the wheelchair basketball is going on, the table tennis is going on, and I even saw Prince Harry and Meghan.
Oh, did you?
Walk past just here as well.
Meghan, yeah.
We are really in a fantastic position here.
Yeah, and I touched on that with JJ. The response that Prince Harry gets here is fantastic, and because we wouldn't be here without Prince Harry, Meghan joining him as well. But as much as the sport is fantastic to watch, and we can hear all the noise for the wheelchair basketball behind us, my sort of overriding sense is the community of people who have served in the armed forces coming together and being alongside. And we all get it, somebody who understands where they're coming from without actually having to share anything. Yeah. I just know because I've been there.
Well, but this is the thing. Yeah, you've been there, you've witnessed it and realised it for a very long time. This is my first time, and it's funny because it's actually made me. I never really thought that I could join the army or wanted to join the services, but it's the whole camaraderie. It's made me want to maybe join the army. It's a weird thing.
Yeah, no, it is, because there's that sense of belonging, which I think is important to all of us in all walks of life, and I guess that's what's so difficult, having to be medically discharged, and why this is so important.
Yeah, and I just saw the table tennis there as well. You called it earlier in terms of the German team really coming out strong. I think there's a lot of support there for the German team in the table tennis, and you've got the Denmark team, which is they lost to Germany, but there was still that support and that camaraderie as well, which is it's always nice to see.
Yeah, and of course you've got with the table tennis to say the Germans doing it, but if it's your party, I guess you're going to put it on, aren't you? And you're going to do what you're good at. I don't know how good they are at swimming, but that's where we're going to go now. Not live, we're going to catch up with what happened earlier on in the day. Thanks very much for your company, and enjoy the action from the pool.
Here we go, it's time to introduce our swimmers for the men's 100 freestyle ISB. So the action kick off with the ISA athletes. That's won by Mattia Propen of Italy. Here we have a very strong contingent, Colombian athletes in this, 4 competing in this final. First time Colombia have actually been represented at the Invictus Games. Israel also first time to be represented at the Invictus Games, so great to see both of these nations represented. The only 2 nations to debut at this 2023 Invictus Games. So here's the lineup. We have a full house of 8 athletes into this final. Colombia represented 4 times here. We have got the USA, Ukraine, and Germany making up this 8. So these competitors raced earlier today. And this is where the medals are decided. Competitors given the choice of starting in or out of the water. Out in lane 1 we have Camillo and Andre Castellanos Sanchez. For Colombia, also representing Colombia, Eduard Jesus Rios in lane 2, going well in the red cap. And it will be Guerrero Rios in his first at that 25-meter turn. Next to him for Israel, Jacob Gashoni. Also for Colombia in the center lane, Nida Israel, Pana Contreras in lane 4. Next to him, lane 5, we have Scott Karoun for the USA. Then representing Ukraine, lane 6, Nazar Wozniak. For Germany, Armin Vichak in lane 7, and closest to us in lane number 8, we have Francisco Llanado, Pedas Osorio, so for Colombia. As you can see, incredibly close at the halfway point. Guerrero Rios just over a 1 second lead ahead of Scott Karoun. Karoun coming back strong here. Karoun's got the strength from the rowing. Already won a bronze and a silver medal in the rowing events. We know he has that power. Into the final 25 here, and can we see Colombia get this, their first medal in the pool? It is going to be incredibly close between the USA. Scott Karoun with an incredible push at the finish here. Well, the USA have just taken the lead in those final meters, just tailing off ever so slightly. Rios Guerrera. But it was from lane number 7, Armin Vichak. Snuck in on the inside for Germany. Take the win in a time of 2:02.67. Scott Karoun with a strong finish there, coming home in a 2:11.4 celebration for the German. German team as well. Making up the podium, we see Israel collecting their first medal in the pool. Jacob Gashoni with a time of 2:15.36. So Colombia, after that strong start, settled with 4th and 5th with Guerrero Rios and Palet Contreras making up the top 5. The race looked as though it was going to be between the USA and Colombia. Armin Vicak, the eventual winner, off to a steady start, but paced that to perfection. here we go, welcoming on to poolside our swimmers for the men's 100 freestyle, the ISC final. Going in lane number 1 of Colombia. Ulides Ferreira Elvila for Colombia. Next to him in lane number 2. We have Mauricio Alejandro Pena Trujillo. Already a silver medal on the track. Lane 3 for the United States of America. Isaiah Stiley going in the center of the pool. Lane 4, Nazar Wojnik for Ukraine. We have our third representative for Colombia in lane 5, Alberto Almeida Arcinigas. And then our sole Italian representative in lane 6, Roberto Como. And again for the USA, Garrett Kawada. And in lane 8, we have Lijik for Korea. All athletes opting to start on poolside, using the advantage of gravity from the starting blocks. Options of the dive to suit their abilities, and it's off to a very fast start. The center of the pool there, we can see an early lead coming from our center 2 lanes, and look at that, the turn, very little dividing. It's a blue cap of Colombia, Alberto Almeida Linsingas, who's closest to us, and then next to him, that's that Wojnik. We'll get the split at the halfway point. Tumble turns with so little between. Wojnik just ahead. Famide Arasnigas. Isaiah Stanley with some work to do in 3rd, but this the race at the moment. We expect the faster swimmers to come from the centre of the pool in these finals. They conceded from their earlier heats. Powerful off the wall, but it's that final turn there that really saw Nazar Wojnik get a bit of an advantage, but on the comeback now for Colombia, Alberto Almeida Arcinigas, but holding him off for the touch. It is Ukraine's Nazar Wojnik with a wonderfully strong final 10 meters there from the flags to the wall, head down to win the gold. Silver for Colombia's Alberto Almeida Arasnigas. Nice strong finish for Isaiah Staley of the USA. He'll be adding to his medal collection. Already won the gold in the wheelchair rugby, along with his teammates actually over in lane 7, Garrett Kawada, part of that gold medal winning team. That's Lijik concluding this men's 100 freestyle final, touching in a time of 1:50.94. Well, that just shows how close it was between the winners. Nazar Wojnik just out-touching Alberto Almeida Arcinigas. Isaiah Staley a little further off the pace, and it was his teammate Garrett Kawada coming home in 4th. That was a flying start, wasn't it, for those center lanes, the rivalry between Ukraine and Colombia. And it looked as though on several occasions that Almeida Arcinigas was going to close the gap, and you can just see there how close it was. But those final few meters, it was head down for Wojnik to touch the wall for the gold. An even spread of winners so far across the nations, Italy, Germany and Ukraine, all with 1 gold medal each in the early stages of the swimming finals. We still have 2 more of the men's 100 freestyle events to go. I think we're about to see the competitors for the ISD category introduced onto poolside. James from the USA coming into lane 7 there. If we start at the top of the field, and the direction we'll be looking at the lanes, we have Leszek Stepien for Poland in lane 2. Next to him, Cooper Blackwood representing Australia. And then the fastest seed, Richard Davis for Great Britain, goes in lane 4. He'll be flanked by Romania's Marius Taifas. We've got Israel represented again in lane 6 for Shalom Zanzuri. And as we saw earlier, USA have Justin James going in lane 7. The 6 swimmers in this final under the starters' orders, all opting for the starting blocks. And that was a quick start for lane 5. Marius Taifas from Romania, one of the quickest off the blocks. Going well, it is Richard Davis, who's first to that 25-meter mark. Davis of Great Britain, the fastest seed, coming into this with a time of 1:02.28 in the qualifiers. Almost 14 seconds quicker than his nearest rival, Marius Taifas. But the times from the heats mean nothing when it comes to the final. He's off to a 4-second lead at the halfway point. This Taifas of Romania, currently on his left-hand side in second place, but this is a race for Richard Davis, storming ahead into the final 15 meters of the pool. It'll be head down as he aims for the quickest time he can. And the final 5 meters, no breaths there as he dives for the wall. 1:02.63, the winning time for the British competitor. Well, now coming in, it was a strong finish for lane 3, Cooper Blackwood. Not off to the quickest start, but he came home, seeded 3rd coming into this final. A tremendous swim for the Australian to take the silver, and it was Shalom Zanzuri of Israel who finished strong as well. Marius Taifas just trailing off ever so slightly, coming 4th by 1/10 of a second. Confirmation, Richard Davies ran away with that win. Cooper Blackwood holding off Zanzuri in 3rd, but it was Marius Taifas just outside for an incredibly close finish to conclude the men's ISD 100-meter freestyle. Richard Davis quoted to be honoured to be part of the Invictus team, and he is certainly doing his team proud. After an accident in 2019, he had suffered from severe pain in his left foot and reconstructive surgery that left him in chronic pain, and in 2021 he decided to go for the amputation, and managed to move forwards with his life, and this has got to be a high point since then. Gold medal for United Kingdom. We are moving fast through these 100-meter finals, and this final event for the men's, the ISE category. We have a full house here, all 8 lanes. These competitors have already battled it out this morning. They are seeded according to their time. So going in lane 1, Donald Calero for the USA. Lane 2, Ukraine's Yevgeny Kironok. Australia have got 2 of the fastest entries in lanes 3 and 4, Carl Woodward and Ryan Kelly. United Kingdom in lane 5, Paul Charles, Daniel King. For Australia in lane 6, Milan Anderson representing Germany, and again United Kingdom represented by Robert Grantham in lane number 8. The ISE category athletes, competitors without obvious physical impairments but psychological effects of their injuries. So expect this to be the fastest time. We saw Ryan Kelly in the heats go under a minute at 59.88. Are we going to see the 1 minute barrier broken for the 100 meters again? Well, he has got some competition there in the form of Paul Charles from the United Kingdom. And very little, but dividing those 0.06 of a second between Paul Charles and Ryan Kelly. Carl Woodward just over a second behind. Can Australia make it 2 onto the podium into this final 25 metres? And it is just pulling away ever so slightly. Ryan Kelly, the Australians, getting behind the man with the quickest qualification time, but can Paul Charles spoil the party, head down into the wall, and just 0.11 dividing it. Paul Charles looks up at the clock in dismay. He has broken the minute barrier. He has won the men's 100 freestyle ISE. What a race between these two, Paul Charles and Ryan Kelly, and I don't think Paul Charles can believe it. He paced that to perfection, and thus those final few meters, it came down to 0.1 of a second. Carl Woodward making it to 2-3 for Australia. United Kingdom 4th with Robert Grantham. Daniel King showing a strong presence for Australia in 5th. Donald Calero, the USA 6th. Yevgeny Kirenok for the Ukraine in 7th, and Milan Anderson was swimming in lane number 7, finished 8th for Germany. That was a fast, furious start to this men's 100 metres. So little dividing first and second the whole way through that race, but it was just at the end that Paul Charles took the lead when it counted and took the gold medal with it. You can see on Paul's side the women's 100 freestyle, the ISC category. First of the finals for the women's event. 100 meter freestyle, the longest of the distances we'll see in the pool. Many of these competitors will be competing again throughout the evening. And we have 4 competitors in this representing Great Britain. In lane number 1, Lindsay Kelly, next to her teammate Martha Prinsloo. And then over in lane 3, it's Andrea Collins for the USA and her teammate next to her, Heather Seelover, closest to the camera here in lane 4.
Take your mark.
So 100 meters, that is 4 lengths of this 25-meter pool. This a straight final for these competitors. And off to an incredible start here for the USA in lane number 4. We'll get a split in just 5 meters, but look at the rate of stroke here through to the tumble turn. Touching the wall in a 37.06. Heather Seelover off to an absolutely incredible start there. You can see head down, keeping her head as still as possible as she relies on that incredibly high stroke rate, efficient double turns and off the wall. Out in lane number 2, just holding off the chasers at the moment, Martha Prinsloo for the United Kingdom, but she is flanked by the 2 competitors from the USA. But look at this for a finish. Coming from Seelover, and she pumps the wall in a time of 1:19.77. She made that look incredibly fast, leaving nothing out there. It's a gold medal for the USA. And the battle now remains between the silver and the bronze. At the halfway point, it was Martha Prinsloo and Andrea Collins with just over a second between them. In lanes 2 and 3. Touching the wall in a second place, it is a USA 1-2. Celebrations for the US team. Just about getting their breath back in time to have a quick debrief how the event unfolded. Absolutely, everything left in the pool for those 100 metres. An all-out effort. No room for pacing when it comes to a 100-metre freestyle sprint. Talking of which, these swimmers, many of them will be back for the 50-metre freestyle. Some even at the 50 back and 50 breaststroke, which we've got coming up later on in this session. Well, there it is, confirmed. Martha Prinsloo took the second. For Great Britain, Heather Sealover, the gold. And Lindsay Kelly making United Kingdom a double medal in that final. But the champion of the women's freestyle ISC is Heather Sealover, winning by 44 seconds.
Welcome your representatives for the women's 100 meters freestyle ISE final.
Well, here we go, welcoming the swimmers for our next final, the women's 100 meters ISE. These competitors already clocked times this morning from the qualifiers. They are now ranked according to speed. So in lane 1, Harley James for the USA, alongside her teammate Angela Houston in lane number 2, and then we've got for the United Kingdom Rebecca York in lane 3. The fastest in qualifier was Erin Brigden for Australia. Already 3 gold medals to her name from these Invictus Games. She'll be flanked by lane 5, Alana Ball for the USA. Verity Sanchez, second Australian representative, goes in lane 6. Julia Elidik for Germany, lane 7. And then it is Yael Imbar for Israel in lane number 8. So all 8 lanes being used in this women's final for the ISC 100-meter freestyle. Time of qualifier did come from Erin Brigden, a time of 1:10.79. Closest to match that is Alana Ball, who'll be going in lane 5. But you can see the yellow cap of Brigden already first at the wall. Trying to stay in touch. Alana Ball for the USA. These competitors might well have not swum next to each other in their heats. And it was a matter of qualifying for the final with a bit of energy reserved, and Erin Brigden turning in a 30.43. Are we going to see a quicker time than her heats? If she can maintain that pace, we certainly could be seeing something very special coming from the centre of the lane. Erin Brigden, 2 of the Australian representatives in this women's final. The gold hat of Australia with only one target, and that is a gold medal into the final few meters, and she has just secured the gold. Erin Brigden for Australia, a time of 1:03.32, going over 7 seconds quicker than her qualifying time. Alana Ball touching in a 1:13.71, also bettering her time by 4 seconds and coming home in third. Rebecca York of the United Kingdom, delighted with her performance, a 1:20.28, 2 seconds improvement as well for her. So all of the competitors raising their game for this final. But a woman to beat, Erin Brigden, just untouchable from the start. Well, that will be the 4th gold medal for Brigden to be taking back to Australia from these Invictus Games. Already victorious in the powerlifting and the IP 3 to 5, as well as the 4-minute and the 1-minute row. Rowing power translating ever so well to the pool. She wins by over 10 seconds to take the gold medal for that women's 100-meter freestyle ISE. Well, here we go. We are on to the next event, the backstroke. So all competitors, irrelevant of their impairments, will be starting in the water. And this is where we get to the really fast and furious stuff. Just 50 meters, 2 lengths of this Rheinbad swimming pool. Absolutely packed out with spectators for this one night of finals. Day 4 of the Invictus Games here in Dusseldorf. All of the heats completed this morning. The competitors given a few hours to rest and recover, prepare themselves both mentally and physically for these finals, a chance of adding medals to their country's haul. We're going to be starting off with the ISA category, the athletes with the most severe physical impairments. You'll recognise some names if you've been with us for this evening session. In lane 1, again, we have Valentin Popa for Romania. He's already competed in the 100 metres. And we'll have next to him in lane 2 for Italy, Maurizio Pennella, and again for Italy, Nico Guglini. Both athletes' first appearance in these finals. They go in lanes 3 and lane 4. And then it might be some names you recognise in lane 5. For Colombia, we'll have John Alexander Sierra Avila, second in that 100 metres earlier in this session. Lane 6 representing Italy, so 3 for Italy. We have Matteo Peropan, the winner of the first medal here in the pool, the men's 100 metres earlier on. So Italy with 3 chances at a medal. Could they make it a clean sweep on the podium? They've already had that success. They will no doubt have been buoyed on by their fellow countryman, Matteo Peropan, setting things off to a great start. It was his first medal of these games as well. Already competed in the wheelchair rugby. Peropan still has cycling to come after this, so a packed schedule for the Italian. Romania will be hoping for another medal in the form of Valentin Popa. He brought home the goods earlier on in that 100 metres. He's already had success on the track with a 2nd and 3rd, ranging from the 1500 metres for that 2nd place and then through to the sprint of the 100 metres, the 3rd. And he's got a packed schedule. Obviously seen him in the 100 freestyle, has this 50 metre back and then also has the 50 metre freestyle coming up all in this session. Australians will be buoyed after that last win in the women's 100 freestyle. Erin Brigden bringing home that gold in an impressive time of 1:02, superseding her expectations as well after a 1:10 qualifier. We've seen a nice even spread of winners so far here in the pool. Italy taking that first gold, followed by Germany, Ukraine and the United Kingdom. And then we've seen a bit of dominance from the Australian women, Kelly Ryan in the 100 freestyle, as well as Erin Brigden. But in the mix there we saw Heather Sealover for the USA. So a nice mix spread of medals throughout the nations racing in the Rheinbad. swimmers getting into position. It's a backstroke event. It is compulsory to start in the water, although a lot of these athletes in an ISA category would be opting to start in the water anyway due to their impairments. You can see helpers and volunteers just making sure that they are into position and comfortable before the starter takes control of the race. And here we go, all 5 swimmers lined up, ready to go, just out and back 2 lengths of this 25-meter pool for the men's 50-meter backstroke ISA. Well, it was a good start there from the Italian Matteo Peropan, closest to us as we look at the screen. He could well be one to watch if his backstroke is anything like his front crawl we saw earlier in the 100 meters. He's got competition. Alexander Sierra Vila, the Colombian, came second to Peropan earlier on in the freestyle events. Because we see a change in order between these 2 athletes. Searching for the wall and out the turn, so little dividing them. You can see the 2 black caps battling it out. Italy closest to us, Matteo Peropan gaining an ever so slight advantage that he'd lost on that turn. Does Avila Serrera have anything to answer for in these final meters? You can see the markers there. That's a 10-meter mark. As they hit the red, they'll know it's 5 meters to go here. Matteo Peropan trying to hold off a late charge coming from Sierra Avila, and it's going to be touching the wall first, just in a time of 1:14.67, less than half a second in front. Matteo Peropan adds a second gold to his swimming tally. The Italian takes the victory here. And this men's 50-meter backstroke ISA category, and what a great rivalry between these 2. John Alexander Sierra Vila, the silver medal, adding to his earlier silver. And now we have out in lane number 3, Maurizio Pinea. So that is gold and a bronze for Italy. Started off this evening with the success of Matteo Peropan. And he's now got his teammate to join him on the podium. A delighted Peropan. And there's the confirmation, it is Italy 1 and 3, and Domenico Gualini making it 3 for Italy, coming in 5th. John Alexander Sierra Vila with the silver, Maurizio Pinea the 3rd position.
Let's see you move. If you can, take to your feet. If you can, move the beat. I know you can. You know the moves. Australia! United Kingdom! United States of America!
Welcome back to the action. If you are just joining us, you have missed some incredibly exciting finals here in the Rheinbad swimming pool. Day 4 of the Invictus Games. Day 1 for the swimming. Now we are into the finals already. And next up, we have the men's 50 meters ISB category. competitors being introduced to the cloud. Just 2 lengths of this pool. It will be fast and furious. And the first of these events, the ISA for the 50-meter backstroke men's event. Now, teams helping the competitors to prepare for this final here. 3 athletes representing Ukraine. And 2 of which going in the faster lanes, lanes 3 and 4, Dmitry Polovian and Nazar Wojcik. We've already seen success coming from Wojcik in these games. And already in the pool, winner of the 100-meter freestyle. So he'll certainly be one to keep an eye on. Well, it was a strong start we saw out in lane 1. Christian Vega driving off that wall as the competitors start to power down the lanes. And out in the middle, it's a strong start in lane number 5. Blue cap of Camila Castellana Sanchez. Had a huge amount of success on the track already in these games, winning 3 gold medals, the 100, the 200, the 400, the silver and the 15. So it looks as though sprinting is his forte, and sprinting in the pool right now into the final 5 meters, leaving the rest of the field in his wake. An incredible swim there for the Colombian, time of 52:37. Strong finish there for lane 6, Para Contreras, Anita Israel, Colombia 1-2. Wow, what a wonderful result for this nation. The first time represented in the Invictus Games, and a gold and silver in this men's 50-meter backstroke. Competitors yet teammates celebrating together in the center of the pool. Ukraine also in the party, Dmitry Polovian, who takes home his first medal in the pool. From the gun, wasn't it, for Camila Andres Castellanos Sanchez, 52:37, his winning time. Wonderful gold for Colombia. And his 4th gold of these games, adding to the silver medal he also won in the 1500 meters, but the first gold in the pool. Gold and silver celebrated there by the teammates. They'll be joined on the podium by Anita Israel, Para Contreras. Well, there's confirmation of the gold and silver going to Colombia. Dmitry Polovian for Ukraine taking home the bronze from that men's 50-meter backstroke ISB final. Moving thick and fast through these finals. Sticking with the backstroke, it is the men's 50 meters ISC event coming up. And we have a full pool of 8 swimmers. Brilliant to see Colombia represented 3 times their first appearance at these Invictus Games. Alberto Almeida Arsenegas goes in lane 1. And then for Ukraine, Nazar Wojcik, already 2 golds to his name, but not in the pool. Chris Anslow of the United Kingdom goes in lane 3, and then fastest seed in lane 4 for Colombia. Yuslides Ria Elvira. And then we have 2 athletes for the US, Isaiah Staley in lane 5 and Garrett Kawada lane 6. Colombia represented again with Marcia Alejandro Pena Trio. And lane number 8, our second representative for Ukraine, Ole Dolzhok. Staley and Kawada both representing United States, and they are side by side in lane 5 and 6, and they were side by side in the wheelchair rugby final. And the USA were triumphant in taking the gold, defending their title in that event. But swimming, a very different game from wheelchair rugby. Still the power, the explosiveness needed, especially off the wall at the start of this 50 meters. Here we go, just 2 lengths of this Rheinbad swimming pool. The crowd screaming for the duration of these sprint events. So little dividing our athletes early on. Going well though out in lane number 2, Nazar Wojcik. The white cap of Ukraine has an early lead. But he's got competition coming in the shape of Isaiah Staley for the USA. And there's the cap of Wojcik. Already successful in the rowing event, 2 golds, both in the 4 minutes, sorry, and a silver in the 1 minute. But he has the power from rowing to translate to the pool, and it's Nazar Wojcik in a time of 43.66 ahead of Isaiah Staley. Staley taking home his 2nd medal of the games in silver. They are joined on the podium by Mauricio Alejandro Penatorida in a time of 52.12. But my goodness, wasn't that fast and furious? So little separating those competitors at the first 25, and just a little bit more of an opening to take the win by 4 seconds for Wojcik. And that confirms Nazar Wojcik, the champion of this men's 50 backstroke final. Isaiah Staley for the USA, taking the silver. Mauricio Alejandro Penatorida, the bronze. Another medal for Colombia. Garrett Kawada just missing out. He does have the gold from that wheelchair rugby. Maybe adding a medal on this occasion from the pool. To poolside now, ahead of their 50-metre backstroke final. Other competitors for the ISD sprint event. These competitors have already raced earlier today, so the order of the lanes you see, we'll expect to see the fastest times coming from the centre. That will be lanes 4 and lanes 5. Australia, we'll see Nathan King going in lane 1, Maria Stafus, Romania 2. Next to him for Colombia, Juan Carlos Vieira Fernandez. In the fastest of the qualifying lanes, Richard Davies for the UK. Cooper Blackwood representing Australia. Next to him in lane 5. And then Leszek Stepian for Poland, the sole Polish representative, goes at lane 6. Lane 7, we have Colombia again, Uriel Francisco Guatebonzo James. And in lane 8, a second representative for the UK, David Moncrief. And we are off for this 50-metre backstroke final. 2 lengths of the pool. And it's an incredibly quick start there for Richard Davies of the United Kingdom. We've already seen him have success in the 100 metres earlier on today, taking the gold in that event. He's having help with the judging of the distance to that wall. Out at the front of the race, going strong in the black cap for the UK, timing that to perfection as he dives for the wall, punches his fist in the air. Richard Davies adds another gold to his tally, ahead of Cooper Blackwood for Australia. And that was a close finish there for third. Elias Tefus getting the bronze medal for Romania, just ahead of Colombia's Uriel Francisco. Colombia had some great success, but not able to quite make it onto the podium on this occasion. Confirmation there, winning by almost 5 seconds. Richard Davies, 34.21. Cooper Blackwood, 39.09, and Romania's Elias Tefus, 44.89. Some of these injuries not obvious at first glance, the effects of serving in the military. Our bronze medalist, Maria Tefus, she injured in a rocket attack in Afghanistan on his first serving mission. He's been training hard for the Invictus Games, competing in cycling and sitting volleyball as well. So those events to come, but the swim is opener of the Invictus Games, and what a way to open it with a bronze medal. To this, I think, Richard Davies. 2 races, 2 gold medals for the athlete representing the United Kingdom. But we've still got plenty of finals coming up. The rest of the men's 50 backstroke, and that will be then followed by the women's 50-metre backstroke. And beyond that, we have 2 more of the strokes, 50 free and the 50 breaststroke for both men and women. It all culminates with the exciting relay, 4x50 metre freestyle relay.
Please welcome to the poolside your competitors in the men's 50-metre backstroke IFE final!
we go, the last of the men's 50-metre backstroke finals, the ISE category, and again a full house, all 8 lanes full here, and these 8 swimmers have already raced in the qualifiers, so we've got a little bit of an idea of where the fastest times will come from, and it's looking from the qualifiers. We're going to see a close battle in the centre of the pool between Ryan Kelly, Damite Arnon and Paul Childs. Australia with 3 competitors, Jamie McGlinchey in lane 1 and Daniel King, his teammate, next to him in lane 2. Then UK's Paul Charles goes in 3, Ryan Kelly in 4. For Israel, we've got Damite Arnon in lane number 5. Canada with a sole representative, Kenton Dill in lane 6. Donald Calero for the USA, lane 7. And Frederic van Lippeveld for Belgium, making up the top 8 who made it through those qualifiers earlier on today. Support for the USA's Donald Calero there. Well, this race is going to be over in seconds. The quickest qualifier was Ryan Kelly. And at the moment, it is the Australian, the gold cap of Australia, turning first at the 25-metre mark. And look at the power off the wall for the leader. He is flanked at the moment by Paul Charles of the United Kingdom, just trying to stay on his hips and into the red, into those final 5 metres. Ryan Kelly gliding for the wall, an incredible time of 32.74 to take the victory. Paul Charles just not able to hang with that pace. The United Kingdom taking the silver, and it is a bronze for Israel. Damite Arnon taking that medal in the pool for Israel, their first appearance at these Invictus Games. And what a result that is in the 50 backstroke. Kenton Dill for Canada just outside of the medals. So Ryan Kelly takes the win, Paul Charles the silver, Damite Arnon the bronze. Great mix of nations represented in that top 3 and in that final overall. coming on to poolside now, the women's 50-meter backstroke ISC event. We have a sole representative of the United Kingdom and the USA filling out the 5 lanes of this final. So the UK with athletes in lanes 1 and 2, Kelly McVitie and Martha Prinsloo. Prinsloo already with a silver medal from the 100-meter freestyle. And then in lanes 3 and 4, it's the US representatives, Andrea Collins and Heather Seelover. And in lane 5, Lindsay Kelly for the United Kingdom. And some of those names you will recognise, as we've got our 3 medalists from the ISC 100-meter freestyle event that was held earlier in this final session. So all eyes will be on Heather Seelover. She will be going in lane number 4. A major in the US Air Force, currently still active in duty. And she has had a packed schedule here with competing in the track and field, the indoor rowing, now in the swimming, and with cycling still to come. It does feel as though it's going to be a race between the UK and the USA, both already with medals, and with gold medals at that, from the swimming finals. Well, obviously all athletes will be starting in the pool, being a backstroke event, just 2 lengths as we've seen contested in the men's finals. Only 3 of the categories represented in the women's 50-meter backstroke racing. And it will be the ISC category to kick us off. Well, the lanes are sorted. The starter welcoming the swimmers into the pool. With the time to position themselves and earn these 50-meter sprints. The start really so vital. That explosion off the blocks can really make the difference between a medal or not when it comes to it. This is a straight final. These competitors have not yet raced this event today, not raced against each other, unless, as we see from the early start of Heather Seelover, they have raced in the 100-meter freestyle. Wow, we saw an incredible display in the freestyle event for the American. She glides off the wall. Streamlined underwater, less resistance underneath the water, and look at the stroke race of her backstroke. And the gold medal is most certainly going to come from the centre of the pool. Heather Seelover times that perfectly as she touches the wall for 43.27, winning time. Now the results starting to come in. It was lane 1 for the United Kingdom, Kelly McVitie, who wins the silver from this category. And then lane 3, Andrea Collins, makes it a gold and a silver for the USA.
From
Heather Seelover taking home the second gold of this swimming session. But it isn't just about the medals here in the ride band. Representing their nation, representing so much more than that of the journey that these competitors have been on to make it to this Invictus Games. And that is confirmation. Heather Seelover with that incredible 43.27 ahead of Kelly McVitie of the United Kingdom and Andrea Collins. Bringing home another medal for the United States, all three under the 1 minute barrier.
Is it time for some more terrible, cheesy music? You know what? It's always time for terrible, cheesy music. I don't even know what I'm asking. So here we go. Final partner. Look across to the person in the chair next to you. I want to see you dancing. Here we go. Here it goes. Please welcome to Bullseye your competitors in the women's 50-metre backstroke ISE final!
Well, we can confirm this is the final of the backstroke events, the final, the women's 50 metres backstroke ISE. That previous race was a combination of the ISC and the ISD categories. This one here, we have a straight final, and it is dominated by the USA. Going in lanes 1, 2 and 3, Suzanne Brown, Carly James, Angela Houston. But it is the favourite in lane 4, Erin Brigden from Australia. We've already seen her storm to victory in the 100 metres. She was given stiff competition by Alana Ball in lane 5, also for the USA. And then Australia, Verity Sanchez in 6, Rebecca York representing the United Kingdom in 7. Natalie Shea-Fuan, closest to us, going in lane 8. We saw an incredible performance by Erin Brigden in the 100. Will she convert that to this shorter distance, the 50 metres backstroke? That was a quick start for Rebecca York of the United Kingdom in lane 7, the black cap, but we can already see that strong gold cap of Brigden in lane number 4, the fastest in qualifier. And her competitors are going to have to bring out something very special if they are going to have any chance of a medal. Alana Ball kicking hard off the wall underneath the flags. But at the moment, it's going to be a race for silver and bronze because the gold is running away. The gold cap, the gold medal. It is Erin Brigden in the 36.14 ahead of Alana Ball for the USA, or the USA taking silver and bronze. Angela Houston just touching ahead of her compatriot Carly James. So that was actually second, third and fourth for the US. Taking home 2 of the 3 medals, but this woman, Erin Brigden, just on fire. Verity Sanchez, 5th for Australia. Rebecca York, after that strong start, coming home in 6th. Suzanne Brown making up the 4th of the 4 Americans in that final in 7th, and Natalie Chey-Kwan representing Canada, bringing home the conclusion of that final in 8th place. Was a strong start by Sanchez, but soon we started to see the power and that stroke rate of Erin Brigden. Look at the underwater kick there off the wall. She left the rest of the field chasing in her wake, as she did in that 100-metre final earlier on. A class above there. A wonderful kick to the finish. Well, coming up, we move on to the next discipline, and it will be the men's 50 metres freestyle, followed by the women's 50 freestyles. We progress through the swimming finals, more medals to be decided.
Please welcome to the poolside your competitors in the next 50 metres freestyle ISA final!
Take your mark.
Off we go, the first of our freestyle finals for the men and women of 10 total. Mateo Villoban and Morgan the fastest in qualifying early today. But Villoban takes advantage. He will be the first to turn for only 2 more wins today. As we say so often, so many athletes, not just in multiple heats and finals tonight, but multiple events across the entire Invictus Games week. And we've got 5 choices here. Villoban, the girls in lane number 5, Joy Sanders now, he is coming back. And the match rules, taking more than a world picture. He's going to go to lane 2. Once again, an example of the Invictus Games. So we have to build a certain amount of time into some races to assist these wonderful people getting out of the pool. But we don't waste that time. What we like to do with it is get you guys up in the stands, back on your feet. And if you're young or old, you might struggle with the dance moves. However, I know some of you know it, so let's do it. Don't you let me down, Dusseldorf. What a way already! What a strike and sprinting!
DJ certainly has his hand on the pulse when it comes to the music that he's playing. We've had an eclectic mix. YMCA, we've had a little bit from Greece. And a little bit of a Korean flavour. Always a good rivalry, United Kingdom versus Australia. It's right across the board in all sport. With the sport of cricket, the most recent. Famous series called the Ashes. There's always a little bit of niggle. In a sporting sense that tends to drive that rivalry, and that tends to flow into all of these sports, including the swimming, including these Invictus games, but again, all within a wonderful spirit.
Please welcome to poolside your competitors in the men's 50-inch freestyle ISP final.
Yeah, second of our 50-metre freestyle events up for our men, and this is the ISB final. And ISB is athletes who have the use of arms and shoulders, but significant lower limb impairment. So Christian Vega of the United States there, closest to camera. Colombia have 2 representatives in this final, the United States 2. In fact, Colombia have 3 finalists. I'll go through those athletes for you. Fastest qualifier coming in will be Camilo Sanchez of Colombia. He'll start in lane 4, time of 44.65 coming in. And then we go, we've got Nita Contreras of Colombia will start in 1. Scott Carter of the United States in 2. Came up with a qualifying time of 59.84. Wichkat of Germany start in lane 3, 51.47. Alexandra Budko of the Ukraine will start in lane 5. Edward Rios of Colombia in 6. Jacob Gashoni of Israel in 7. And Christian Vega of the United States in 8. All eyes will be in lane 4. Sanchez of Colombia. Fastest qualifier in a time of 44.65. Oh, good clean start, really good start coming from Scott Carden of the United States across there in lane 2. But it is the man closest to the camera, Christian Vega of the United States, who's gone out fast early. And then across there in lane 4 as expected, Camilo Sanchez of Colombia. So keep an eye here on the Colombian. Have a look here at that turn. Such a key part, incredibly difficult for a number of these athletes with that level of impairment, but it is the Colombia Sanchez, body length clear, really good race though developing for second and third. Alexandra Budko of the Ukraine out there in lane 5, big challenge. Also coming from Armin Wichkat of Germany in lane 3, but it will be Sanchez who touches, stunning time 43.19, so it's quicker than what he swam in the heats earlier this morning. And who picks up second? I think it's across there in lane 3, Wichkat of Germany. And then Budko of the Ukraine across in lane 5. Nobody can deny Camilo Sanchez of Colombia, the gold medal in this event, and now coming down. Yeah, really courageous here in 8. Christian Vega of the United States got a wonderful start, the American. It is a great effort. Hard to really contemplate what these athletes have been through in their lifetime and the challenges they've faced. That's what these Invictus games do. Provide that level of aspiration, that unity, that harmony, and that is reflected in the smiles that we're seeing from these athletes. And there it is. Sanchez wins in a time of 43.19. Armin Wichkat second in a time of 50.21. And then Alexandra Budko picks up the bronze in a time of 50.98. You just have a look at the start here. Again, when you've got major significant lower limb impairment, things like the turn and the start, incredibly difficult by technique. And part of the problem, clearly, when you have an impairment, is that the technical side of it becomes a lot more difficult and you've got to make the adjustments. So it's a really, really hard discipline to master. Okay, the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air up next to keep everybody entertained. As I said, DJ's certainly got the music right. So the United Kingdom out here in force, the Australians in force, Colombians there, and an absolutely wonderful Invictus Games, Colombia. Next it'll be the athletes in the ISC category, upper, lower and visual impairments, single or double amputation or equivalent. Above elbow amputation. And from a visual impairment side, impairment of 660 or greater. Yeah, just going back to swimming as a whole, it's what they call a taut sport. So it's governed by hydrodynamics, or that ability to move through the water. And so much of it is governed by flexibility, catch, the pull through the water. I always like to use the analogy, it's a bit like, well, it's very similar to golf. You can play all the golf in the world you want, but unless you've got a really, really good swing, you're not going to shoot a low score. And swimming's the same. It's like you've got to have good technique. And of course, that is the big challenge for these athletes with their impairment, to maximise their technique based on their level of impairment. Pretty much trying to make an unsolid surface solid. So much of it is based on technique. That's why you'll see 10, 11, 12-year-old kids often getting in who swim at a club level, beating sort of fully grown, muscular female or male athletes. And you sort of wonder why they can do that when in other sports that wouldn't be the case. And again, it just comes simply back to that flexibility you have as a young age, and also the technical side of it. And now the athletes in the ISC final been introduced, and it very much is the United Nations in this one. Not a bad introduction to come out to, a little bit of Led Zeppelin. So Thierry Dutroux of Belgium will start in lane 1, qualifying time of 42.35. Roberto Como of Italy will start in 2, 41.13 was his time coming in. Maurizio Trujillo of Colombia in a time of 40.63, but all eyes will be on Alberto Arcanigas of Colombia, 32.75, clearly the fastest in this field. Voznia of the Ukraine will start in 5, came in a time of 35.08. Garrett Kawada of the United States will start in lane 6, qualified in a time of 40.90. Isaiah Staley of the United States will start in lane 7 in a qualifying time of 41.55. And then it will be Vanzel Lutzovic of Georgia, who starts in lane 8, rounds out our finalists, came in with a qualifying time of 42.55. But all eyes expected in lanes 4 and 5. Arcanigas of Colombia up against Wozniak of the Ukraine. Oh, really good start from Isaiah Staley of the United States in lane 7. Got away brilliantly. Now just look at that power, really high arm turner over 50 freestyle. Great technique being shown here in the middle of the pole by Akinigas of Colombia, who turns. Oh, this is going to be a very good race indeed. And it might just be Wozniak of the Ukraine at the moment. It is the Ukrainian by the looks of it. And he is absolutely just on fire, just smashing this final touches. It is Nazai Wozniak of the Ukraine in a time of 31.11, so 4 seconds quicker than what he swam in qualifying. Very good performance also coming from Akinigas of Colombia, who'll pick up that silver. And we'll just have to wait for the official photos to decide who was third. But it is the Ukrainian who has upset the form book to win this gold medal. Came in as the second fastest qualifier. Wozniak. That is a remarkable time. And there it is. So it will be Isaiah Staley of the United States in a time of 35.63, who started in lane 7. So a really good swim coming from him too. His qualifying time coming in was 41.55. So we have seen a considerable margin taken off that to pick up that bronze narrowly over his teammates Garrett Kawada. Really, really good swim though coming from Thierry Dutroux in lane 8 in a time of 42.91. The man from Belgium. Yeah, just exploding off those blocks. They're sort of like coiled springs, so much anxiety and just waiting for that moment. And it's just some great camera work, really good technique. Relying heavily on the upper body, touches. You might come in as the form swimmer, but sometimes you've just got to shake the hand of your opponent and go, I was outgunned today, I was simply outclassed, you were just simply better than me. That has been very much the spirit of these Invictus games. Yeah, I think the MC here today sums it up nicely, just how much effort all of these athletes have put in. Said it's a hard sport when you're able-bodied, incredibly difficult sport when you've got impairments that you've then got to factor in and make those adjustments technically. To give you an idea, I do encourage people next time you go down to a pool, see how fast you can go over a length, over 2 lengths, and that might just put in context just how good these athletes are. There he is, Prince Harry, the man whose vision it was to start these Invictus games back in 2014, and wife Megan there as well. And now we will have a medal presentation. It's been amazing watching Prince Harry throughout this, just the patience and the demand for his time. It's always got a smile on his face, always giving. As we now have a look at the finalists of the men's 50 freestyle ISD final. Those athletes in the ISD, minimal to no physical impairments. So Nathan Huddy of the UK will start at 1, qualified in a time of 37.42. Jaime Guardi, in fact, Juan Carlos Fernandez will start in lane 2. Came with a time of 36.94. Shalom Zanuri of Israel will start in 3. Richard Davis of the United States, fastest qualifier, 28.28 in 4. Cooper Blackwood of Australia in lane 5, 34.65. Marius Typhus of Romania will start in 6. Came with a qualifying time of 34.97. David Moncrief of the United Kingdom will start in lane 7, 37.34. And Tor Turman of the Ukraine, lane 8, 37.46. Fastest is Richard Davies of the UK in 4, comes in comfortably the quickest. Oh, great start. Lane 6, superb from Marius Typhus of Romania. Boy, if you want to get a good start, if you've got to get a chance, now watch the turn here. Keep an eye on Richard Davies. Turns in control through 25 metres. And look at the power. Start to see the kick come into play from the big man. High arm turnover, great race for seconds, beginning to develop. Cooper Blackwood of Australia possibly in that silver medal position, but nobody can deny Richard Davies of the UK, 27.99. Look at the time, Australia touch in second. It will be Cooper Blackwood, and I think then Marius Typhus of Romania, the bronze. Wow, what a swim from Davies of the United Kingdom. Absolutely just monstered that. Have a look at Marius Typhus. Imagine he might just be a little bit nervous. He got such a good start. Did he go a little early? Or did he get it 100% correct? Great shots from underneath the water. Just having a look at that propulsion being driven by the kick. Really good catch. Beautiful streamline position from all of our swimmers coming out of the turn. Yes, it will be Blackwood of Australia and then Typhus of Romania. Gold, silver and bronze in this 50 metres freestyle ASD final. And there we're confirming that time of 27.99 for Richard Davies. Cooper Blackwood 32.56. Marius Typhus in a time of 32.82. Very, very close final right across the board. So the party continues. Neil Diamond kicks in, one of the great party anthems. And great to have the young ones here too. Great opportunity for youngsters to be inspired to take up sport. Imagine what it must be like for those athletes waiting to swim. Coming up next, Wally Nori of the United Kingdom and Jaime Goati Bonza of Colombia. Listening to the party out there and knowing very shortly they're about to be introduced to this wonderful crowd. Oh, the energy of the MCs, fantastic. Energy of the crowd. Do not underestimate how the energy from the crowd does often reflect the energy of the swimmers in the pool. So this is the 50-metre breaststroke ISD final. So Mark of France will stayed in 4. In fact, our 2 starters, are Wali Nori of the United Kingdom and Jaime Guate Bonza. So Jaime Guate Bonza of Colombia there. Yeah, good start coming from Jaime Guate Bonza. And Wali Nori there of the United Kingdom with visual impairments. Makes it incredibly tough, but nothing stopping at the moment. Jaime Guate Bonza of Colombia. Really high arm turnover. Comes out of the turn. Again, visual impairment. Makes it incredibly difficult, but absolutely remarkable what they can achieve. This is a great swim coming from the Colombian. He has absolutely just smashed this. Keeping on the time, folks, 38.31. Wow, that is a good time. Now Wali Nori of the United Kingdom getting plenty of encouragement as well. Saw him running earlier on day 2 of the Invictus Games in the 1500 metres. Really good performance from him for these athletes with visual impairment. And Jaime Guate Bonza will take the gold, Nori the silver. Crowd certainly acknowledging and admiring the achievements of these wonderful athletes. And due to the visual impairment there, you just see the guides just tapping them on the head, letting them know that they are about to approach the wall. They would have worked a lot on that in training in terms of timing, trying to get those turns right, trying to maximise the push-off after 25 metres. That is a skill set in itself.
Please welcome to the ball side, your
So up next, it is the 50-metre free ISD final. So minimal to no physical impairments for these athletes. Fastest athlete coming to will be Ryan Kelly of Australia in lane 4 in a time of 27.50. Big challenges will come though from the United Kingdom. Paul Charles in lane 3 came on the qualifying time of 28.49. And also outside of Kelly in lane 5, his fellow Australian teammate Carl Woodward came in time of 28.32. It'll be Yevgeny Kainek of the Ukraine, who will start in 1. 30.54 his qualifying time. Donald Calera of the United States in 2. 29.23 his qualifying time coming in. As we mentioned, Charles of the UK in 3, Kelly in 4, Woodward of Australia in 5, then Amatel Arnon of Israel will start in 6. Qualifying time of 29.13. Daniel King, the 3rd Australian in this final, starts in lane 7. And then Bryce from France in lane 8. Oh, great start from Paul Charles of the United Kingdom. Might that be the difference? So it is very much the United Kingdom, Australia, lanes 3 and 4. Now, let's have a look at the turn from both these athletes. Kelly turns. Kelly, the Australian, comes up first. It is Charles of the United Kingdom across there in 3. The second of the Australians here in lane 5 and Carl Woodward. But Ryan Kelly of Australia continues to power away, touches the wall first, narrowly over Paul Charles of the United Kingdom. Carl Woodward of Australia, the bronze. Great race, great rivalry. But today, it is the day of Ryan Kelly, narrowly over Paul Charles of the United Kingdom. And isn't he delighted? Yeah, 26.79. That is a good swim. Charles, 27.13. Right through to Kirionek of the Ukraine, 33.54. Stunning swims from all 8 athletes. Just shows though, doesn't it? Just the small percentages you are dealing with when you get to elite level sport. Sometimes it's the difference between a good sleep and a bad night's sleep. I guess the moral of the story is never push the snooze button. In the morning, it's 10 minutes a day, it's 70 minutes a week. It can sometimes be the difference. I think a message for everybody in sport. And these athletes, very much an example of it. Brilliant, brilliant swim from all of them. So up next, it will be the women's 50-metre freestyle ISD final. It'll be combined with the women's 50-metre freestyle ISC final. So the ISC athletes will start in lanes 1, 2, 3 and 4. Those in the women's 50-metre free ISD final will start in lane 5, 6, 7 and 8. ISD athletes, minimal to no physical impairments. ISC athletes, upper, lower and visual impairments. So lane 1 will be Marta Prinsloo of the United Kingdom. Lane 2, Andrea Collins of the United States. Heather Sealover of the United States will start in 3. Lindsay Kelly of the United Kingdom will start in 4. Anika Husler will start in lane 5. Yulia Pavleska of the United Kingdom will start in 6. Daniel Putev of the United States will start in 7. And Yulia Shevchuk of the Ukraine will start in lane 8. Of course, they can make adjustments to those dive blocks in terms of that push-off platform. You can see on the angle that can come forward, it can go back. And that is based on individual preference in terms of the spring and pop that you want to try and get off the blocks. So 50 metres, 2 lengths of the pool. A really good even start in the middle of the pool, though. I think Lindsay Kelly of the United Kingdom probably got away quickest in this ISC final. Of course, also the athletes competing in the ISD final. In fact, across there in at lane 3, it is Heather Sealover of the United States who turns. Absolutely wonderful turn. And so Sealover in complete control of this ISC final. That is a good swim. Look at the high arm turnover, remarkable. Breathing every 4 or 5 strokes too, 35.58. Then down here to take out gold in the ISC final. ISD final, in fact, it will be Danielle Pothoof of the United States. So the Americans picking up gold in the 2 different classifications that have combined for this final. So Heather Sealover of the United States takes out the victory in the ISC final. And Danielle Pothoof takes out the gold medal in the ISD final. And really good performance now coming here from Yulia Shevchuk of the United Kingdom. Getting a huge round of applause. Just courageous to get on the start line up against athletes that you probably know are going to be better than you, and sometimes that can be a barrier in itself, but there's none of that here. Everybody is recognised. And so there it is, Danielle Putev. Takes out the women's ISD final. And Heather Sealover takes out gold in the ISC final. Interesting strategy here. Normally when you're under severe duress, a lot of athletes will breathe every 2 strokes, maybe every 3 strokes. In that situation, maybe just taking 2 strokes or 3 strokes a length, focusing on the catch, focusing on the technique, and certainly that appreciated by Prince Harry and Meghan Markle in attendance. Clearly a number of these athletes with their impairments, part of their recovery would have been in the swimming pools. Handler's doing a wonderful job too, in terms of taking out some of the guesswork and assisting the athletes on and off the blocks. think they're officially calling this the Invictus wave. It's originally the Mexican wave. I think it was established 1986 Football World Cup. A lot of stadiums around the world have wanted to try and ban it, but you can't ban human endeavour. You can't ban what people just enjoy doing, and it does just create for the wonderful atmosphere and just a wonderful spectacle. So the women's freestyle ASE final up now. This will be fast and furious too. Brigden of Australia will come in as the fastest qualifier, 31.26. Lana Ball of the United States will start in lane 5 in a time of 34.39 coming in. Should be a really good race. If you look at qualifying times, really good race for 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th. Erin Brigden stands alone with that time, but we have seen a lot of upsets as we run through this. So Julia Eidich of Germany will start in 1, Verity Sanchez of Australia in 2, Angela Hewson of the United States in 3, Brigden of Australia in 4, Lana Ball of the United States in 5, Rebecca York of the United Kingdom in 6, Carly James of the United States in 7, Jenny Hartley of the United Kingdom will start in lane 8. Every one of these athletes has gone under 40 seconds for this 50 free. So a quality field. So the Australian in the yellow cap will be flanked by 2 Americans. Hewson in 3, Ball in 5, Brigden in 4. Yeah, nice even start. Really hard to sort of put that down to anyone. Possibly Rebecca York of the UK might have got away quickest, but nothing in it. And immediately we see the power of the Australian Erin Brigden. Look at the turn. Stays under. Great dolphin kick coming out. Stays nice and streamlined. And really, it is one-way traffic for the great Australian, doing what the Australians tend to do right across the world when it comes to the sport of swimming. And that is dominate. Oh, that is a wonderful swim. Look at that time, folks. 28.12. Remarkable. And Alana Ball of the United States will touch to pick up the silver. And then on the inside will be Angela Hewson of the United States who will pick up bronze. So it'll be Australia, US. But you can throw a blanket over all of them. And big round of applause now coming from Jenny Hartley of the United Kingdom in lane 8, who touches now. Came with a qualifying time of 39.93. And I think she might have gone quicker than that in this final, which is really what a lot of athletes want to do. Look to go quicker in the final than they did in their heat. Look at that time, 28.12. Not much in it for bronze. Verity Sanchez, the second of the Australians, would have to settle for 4th in a time of 36.38. Great images, really nice catch. Just trying to stay streamlined. Coming out of that turn. Use that dolphin kick. Keep that momentum going. Bring that kick into play. Cannot underestimate just the lactic acid build up in the body. Once had an Australian open water swimmer say to me, I asked him, I said, what are you experiencing? He said, look, I'm literally breathing razor blades. I think you can very much use that analogy for what a lot of these athletes are experiencing in these finals, particularly as they get close to the wall and they've given that they're all. It can be a tough sport, both mentally and physically. Well, up next we move on to the breaststroke 50-metre finals. Yeah, plenty of support for the Ukrainians. Colombians, they'll be comfortable at sea level, come from a generally high altitude, and of course when you live high and train low you do get the benefit of the altitude. Yeah, great to see family here too, great to see young kids supporting possibly parents or older siblings, in some cases grandparents who might be competing, who have served their country with great distinction and great heroism. So we've got the 50-metre breaststroke ISA, so athletes who have the use of one arm and or impaired use of both arms or trunk, and no lower limb function. So these athletes, the most extraordinary based on their degree of impairment and the challenge they do face. I can tell you what, if you can swim 50 metres with their level of impairment, just remarkable, remarkable athletes. It really is. It is such a tough sport to master. So Matteo Petapin of Italy, John Sierra Avila of Colombia, and Jörg Hinrichs are the three athletes that are listed for this final. So Hinrichs will start in lane 5. Avila of Colombia will start in lane 4. And the Italian Petapin will start in lane 3. Really hard too, because of the lower body impairments that these athletes in the category that they fall into. Breaststroke is the one swimming event which relies heavily on the lower extremities. And so the adjustment now comes by having to gain your power from your stroke out in front. Good swim coming here from John Sierra Avila of Colombia. Breaststroke's always considered the key event when you see athletes at the Olympics in the 400 or 200 medley. The athletes that are good breaststrokers are the ones that generally do well, because it's unlike the other three strokes. Really hard in this category. You're relying purely on your propulsion coming from the upper body. What a wonderful effort here from John Sierra Avila of Colombia. Really good. Nice catch. Good extension out in front. Nice head position. Nice job. Gold medal, Colombia, yet again. The real colourful characters in terms of his personality. Always got a big smile on his face. And look at this for the silver and bronze. Who's going to touch here? Well, we might have to go to the photo, folks. Oh, I can't pick that one. Might have been Petapin of Italy. Could have been Hinrichs of Germany. We'll have to wait. And Hinrichs of Germany, have a look at that. Just 0.04 of a second separating the two of them. go for 1:32, and it comes down to 0.04 of a second between silver and bronze. Unbelievable. And nobody can deny it, John Sierra Avila of the gold medal here on day 4 of the Invictus Games. Have done a wonderful job, the city of Dusseldorf in Germany, in hosting these 6th Invictus Games, started back in 2014. 500 athletes this time, 21 different countries taking part. A number of these athletes across multiple disciplines. 10 sports in all: wheelchair rugby, wheelchair basketball, seated volleyball, track and field, cycling, table tennis. Indoor rowing, one of the toughest sports here too, along with the powerlifting. The athletes, the 1 minute time trial on a rowing erg. Ouch. That's all you can say about that. Ouch. Archery, of course, the great traditional events at any major international sporting competition. Yeah, just going back to breaststroke, that is just one of those sports that requires heavily on the legs and the kick component of it. So if you have an impairment in the lower extremities, that's a very, very hard discipline to master. That's what makes medley particularly so difficult, that you tend to go from freestyle, backstroke, butterfly, where it tends to be more upper body and you do rely on your kick. The breaststroke, most of the power, the timing comes from the kick. I generally say that breaststrokers don't make great freestylers. So now we've got the 50 breaststroke ISB final. Colombia, United States, Ukraine. Represented 4 athletes out of Colombia in this final, 2 out of the United States, so Colombians certainly here in force. Fastest time coming in is Camilo Castellanos Sanchez, 53.67, comfortably the fastest too. He will start in lane 4. Fastest swimmers from heats generally starts in lane 4, 5 and 3. There we go, we've got Nida Contreras of Colombia in 1, Scott Caroon of the United States in 2. Dimto Pokvian of the Ukraine will start in lane 3. Camilo Castellanos Sanchez of Colombia in 4. Ivan Molden of the Ukraine in 5. Edward Jesus Rios of Colombia in 6. Francesco Nazurio of Colombia in 7. And Christian Vega of the United States in lane 8. Really, lane 4. And again, just saying here, if you look at the lower extremity amputees, this is a remarkable achievement. The times they swim for breaststroke, unbelievable. Come up nicely, but it is lane 4 as expected. Sanchez of Colombia. Just have a look at the extension here out in front. Good technique, good form, really strong there through that core. which is allowing him to maintain that momentum out in front and get into that rhythm. Be able to get that head position right, stay nice and long out in front. And it is Camilo Sanchez who leads this race, leads it comfortably. And then on his outside, it will be Ivan Moldon of the Ukraine. Good performance coming from the Ukrainian. This is where it really does start to hurt. This is where you've got to focus, not just physical, mental at this point. Just concentrate on the technique, concentrate on the form. Touches 53.60. So slightly quicker than what he swam this morning in his heat. And then it will be the Ukrainian Ivan Moldon. And then coming across there, touching now in lane 3, Dmytro Polvian of the Ukraine. So the Ukraine will pick up silver and bronze. Gold will go again to Colombia. And now the crowd recognise and honour the rest of our competitors. Boy, this is courageous. Great stuff. Fantastic effort across the far side there, coming from Scott Caroon of the United States. So down here in lane 7, Francisco Urio of Colombia. Nice one-on-one battle with Christian Vega of the United States. Crowd loving this. The race within the race. Boy, that is remarkable. Cannot explain just how much energy they are using, just how tough that is. Crowd love it. And now across the far side, it'll be Nita Contreras of Colombia, who'll touch in 8. Crowd loving that battle between Osorio and Vega in lanes 7 and 8. Castellanos Sanchez of Colombia, our winner, in a time of 53.60, unofficial. Wait for the official time, here it is. Yep, 53.60, Holden 59.49. And then Polvian of the Ukraine in a time of 1 minute 10.71. Final event on day 4 in the pool will be the 4x50 metre freestyle relay. With all countries represented, that should be an absolute beauty. Let's go back and have a look at some of the images. Yeah, both hands need to touch the wall. There'll be referees judging that as well. So it's one of those technical components. Clearly, if you're an amputee, you just have to have the one arm touch. International rules. If you do have wonderful Invictus Games, Colombia. Not just what they're doing in the pool or on the track or across the other events, it's just the colour and that South American flair that they just bring, that just adds to the atmosphere and the overall vibe and the presentation of the event. Great to have team managers, volunteers, all getting involved too. It is very infectious, the music, the atmosphere. If you're one of those people who might be a little bit introverted, you will drop your guard very quickly here. And you'll find yourself up on your feet, enjoying the moment. Australians in full force. Wonderful sporting nation right across the board. Mind you, such a conducive climate for sport too. It's only when you actually travel to Australia and you see what the climate's like and you see the facilities they have available, particularly the number of swimming pools. It's no wonder they are a very, very good swimming nation. Up next, we will have the men's 50-metre breast ISC final. And ISC are those athletes that are categorised with upper, lower and visual impairments. Rigoberto Ortiz will start in 8. Maurizio Trujillo will start in 7. Alberto Arkanaigas will start in lane 6. Bob Tarup of Denmark will start in lane 5. Garrett Kuwat of the United States will start in 4. Isaiah Stanley of the United States will start in 3. Euclides Avila of Colombia will start in 2. And Chris Anslow of the United Kingdom will start in lane 1. Straight final. These athletes did not swim earlier this morning, so very hard to get a form guide in terms of which of these athletes comes in as the favourite. Lane 4, Garrett Kuwata, who didn't go from the dive start, got away quickly. Lane 5 as well, Bob Tarup of Denmark. But it looks like it might be Alberto Arkanaigas here in lane 6, who has taken that early lead. Really good form, great technique. Just see that stretch. Touches there, both hands. Now the turn, who stays under the water the longest. Lane 3, Isaiah Staley of the United States. But Arkanaigas here in lane 6. Maurizio Trujillo as well, just out of picture at the moment. Come down and touch in 6. And that is a fantastic swim from Alberto Arkanaigas. And across there in lane 3, Isaiah Stanley, United States, the silver. And possibly Garrett Kuwata of the United States, the bronze. Just see these athletes grabbing those lane ropes, just trying to get as much oxygen in as they can, such as the effort that they have put in. Tough sport. That's a really good display of breaststroke from these athletes. Great camaraderie between lane 7 and lane 6. Two Colombians, Maurizio Trujillo and Alberto Arkanaigas. It will be Arkanaigas in a time of 46.36. Two Americans, silver and bronze, Isaiah Stanley and Garrett Kuwata. Really good swim coming also from the athlete out of Denmark and Bob Tarup. A time of 106.38. And Maurizio Alejandro Pena Trujillo running out at 8 in a time of 107.93. Difficult too when you're an amputee with just a single arm. Rely heavily on your kick. Absolutely thrilled with that. Gold medal for him. Really proud moment. for a lot of these athletes, this might also be a stepping stone for some to go and represent their countries at the Paralympic Games. Staged in Paris, of course, very successful in Tokyo back in 2021. .500 athletes, 21 countries being represented. Got the men's ISD final up next. So ISD final, minimal to no physical impairment, but we shouldn't underestimate too some of the psychological impairments. Mental health, of course, one of those debilitating illnesses which not always there to see visually, but of course a big issue for servicemen, servicewomen in the military at war. As we have a look at Marius Typhus of Romania will start in 1, Nathan King of Australia in 2, Justin James, United States in 3, Richard Davies, United Kingdom in 4, Cooper Blackwood, Australia in 5, Shalom Zazuri of Israel in 6, David Moncrief of the United Kingdom in 7, and Patrice Lombet of Belgium start in lane 8. Davies, Blackwood. Already seen these two athletes go toe-to-toe over 50 metres freestyle. Now we see what they can do in the breaststroke. You do sense that earlier that the likes of Davies, Blackwood must have had some time as swimmers in their informative years. It's not a sport that you can just pick up later in life and swim perhaps as fast as they are swimming. Oh, great start across there from Marius Typhus of Romania. Just exploded in the blocks in lane 1, and he is just gone for it. But now, back in the middle of the pool, we see Richard Davis of the United Kingdom. We see the Australian Blackwood. It's Davis of the United Kingdom, though. Davies turns comfortably clear. And then it is Shalom Zakuri of Israel, I think, turned in second in lane 6. Richard Davies of the United Kingdom powering his way down to another gold medal. Keep an eye on the time, folks. It'll be a very good time. 38.63 across the far side. Marius Typhus of Romania, the silver. And then in lane 6, it might be Shalom Zazuri of Israel. We'll have to confirm that. Great swim, though, from the Romanian across the far side of the pool. And touching nicely is David Moncrief of the United Kingdom in lane 8. Might be Blackwood. We'll have to confirm that bronze. No, Shalom Zazuri, the bronze. Fantastic from the athlete from Israel, 43.51. Marius Typhus, 42.36, but nobody can deny Richard Davies of Great Britain of the United Kingdom, 38.63. Yeah, great extension too. At one point you'll see the feet and the hands touch at the same time, so you're at a slight right down, you'll see them almost like the letter I in a streamlined position. Hands come together, feet touch at the same time. Just hits that wall and hits it hard. I was saying earlier that it's not a sport, swimming, that you can necessarily pick up easily later in life. It is governed by flexibility, particularly through the shoulders, rotator cuff, and so often the swimmers that do well have started from a younger age, may have given it up for a while, but it's just one of those muscle memory type sports. The younger you start, the easier it is to develop good technique and maintain that. You see a lot of athletes come into swimming much later in life, and then they come up against friends who swam when they were 13, 14, 15 as competitors, and wonder why, with a little bit of work, they find their friends comfortably ahead of them in the pool. As I said, it's very much what they call a taught sport, so it's governed by hydrodynamics, governed by good technique. And if you have just joined us, I was just saying earlier, it's about, particularly with these athletes with the impairment, they then have to readjust that technique based on that level of impairment. As we now get set for our next final, 2 athletes in this, Merker France and Uriel Jaime Guate Bonza of Colombia. So athletes with a visual impairment. He's had a busy schedule. Guates Bonza, the Colombian. Seen him compete in the track and field earlier in the week. He gets up on those blocks. As I said, he can adjust the starting blocks if he wishes to give himself the best advantage, the best pop, the best spring at the start. Oh, nice even start. So Merker France. Certainly the advantage comes from the dive start. Guates Bonza. But now we do just start to see the Frenchman Mark begin to get into his work. Yeah, good technique from both of them. Good, nice streamlined position, good head position. Not lifting too high. Want to try and keep that head down. Now, trying to maintain the form over that last 25 metres. Fatigue kicks in. Got to think about your form. It's starting to hurt here. Both athletes will just be playing that little game in their head, just trying to work through it. I know how many strokes they've got to go. But Guates Bonza of Colombia, really nice job. That is a great swim from him. Touches in lane 5. And now Merker France. Touches 2. Great swim from the Frenchman. Silver medal goes his way. You can just see the heart rate, how high it is, just how much they were hurting. Sort of feel like you're swimming through quicksand, or somebody's just constantly tugging on a t-shirt if you're running. You feel like you sort of got mud in the shoes, I guess, is an analogy you could use, except yeah, nice extension. Both hands touching the wall. Great camera shots. There we go. They do have breakdancing these days at the next Olympic Games, so possibly looking at a potential Olympic champion. Now we've seen Canada, Denmark, Australia. We've got the French here in fourth, the Colombians. Australians, of course. Have the New Zealanders competing. The next final is the men's 50-metre breaststroke ISE final. This should be an absolute cracker. So minimal to no physical impairments. Ryan Kelly of Australia will start there in lane 4. Comes in with the fastest time of 35.87. So Yevgeny Kiryanok of Ukraine will start in 1, Kenton Dill of Canada in 2. In fact, OK, Donald Calero, my apologies, will start in lane 2. Carl Woodward in 3. Ryan Kelly of Australia in 4. Paul Charles of the United Kingdom in 5. Daniel King of Australia in 6. Scott Robertson, the United Kingdom in 7. James Rogers, the United Kingdom in lane 8. Carl Woodward of Australia, Ryan Kelly of Australia, and Paul Charles of Great Britain's lanes 3, 4 and 5 come in with the fastest qualifying times.
Take your mark.
Good, really even start from all of our competitors. Lovely start from Paul Charles in lane 5 of Great Britain. Daniel King of Australia also got away quickly as well, but now it is Ryan Kelly and Carl Woodward. They touch, they turn. So Ryan Kelly of Australia, Paul Charles of Great Britain. It's Kelly now, starts to get into his work. Charles has a wee look. What can Charles do? Charles starts to edge up on the Australian, but it will be Paul Kelly. Kelly comes down, touches gold medal to him. Kelly the bronze, and Paul Charles the bronze, I should say. Kelly the gold, and Carl Woodward, second of the Australians, possibly the bronze medal. Wonderful race though between Paul Kelly and Ryan Kelly of Australia and Paul Charles of Great Britain. Carl Woodward of Australia in lane 3 got away brilliantly. Then it was business as usual for Ryan Kelly. Great turn, not a lot given up by the swimmer there. Wonderful streamlined position coming out of that turn. But it was Kelly that got into his work, stayed in that streamlined position. Head position's nice. I'll confirm those results for you. And there it is, Ryan Kelly, 36.28, Paul Charles, 36.92, nothing in there. Great swim from Carl Woodward, 38.95, and the Australians, well, 3 out of the top 4. Good swim coming, though, from Donald Calera. Scott Robertson of Canada, I should say, in lane 7. So, good to have the Canadian representation. Going to move from the men's breaststroke to the women's breaststroke up next. We'll have 2 combined finals. We'll have the ISD final, which will have 3 athletes in lanes 6, 7 and 8. We'll have the ISC final, which will be the first 5 athletes in lanes 1 through 5. So the ISD finalists are those athletes with minimal to no physical impairments. The ISC finalists, upper, lower, and visual impairments. So 2 gold medals to be given out here. 2 categories of swimmers. Those in the ISD final guaranteed of a medal. The ISC, well, 3 medals up for grabs, 5 athletes. So Marta Prinsloo of the United Kingdom, in the ISC final will start in 1. Lindsay Kelly of the UK will start in lane 2. Heather Sealover of the United States will start in lane 3. Andrea Collins of the United States will start in lane 4. And Kelly McVitie of the United Kingdom will start in lane 5. And then for the ISD final, which is up on screen at the moment, it is Yulia Payetska of the United Kingdom, of the Ukraine, who will start in 6. Anika Husler of the United States in 7. And Danielle Putuf of the United States will start in lane 8. Now Heather Sealover, we saw her in the 50-metre freestyle, absolutely just blow this field away. Can she do the same in this breaststroke final? She starts in lane 3. Underway, women's 50 breaststroke final, ISD and ISC finalists. Heather Sealover of the United States in lane 3. Already half a body length lead. Good swim coming from her. In lane 7, Anika Husler of the United States. Lane 6. Yulia Payetska of the Ukraine. Good challenge here coming from the United Kingdom though. Kelly McVitie of the UK. Now starting to challenge Heather Sealover of the United States. It is the United Kingdom. So Kelly McVitie. Hanging tough. Can she hold on? Has a wee look around. Will come down, will touch. Gold medal her way. I don't think she can quite believe it. She's got one up over the great Heather Sealover. And taking out the gold medal here in the ISD final will be Danielle Putuf of the United States. Silver in lane 7 will go to Anika Husler. finishing across there in lane 2. Lindsay Kelly of the United Kingdom. She'll be delighted for a fellow countrywoman. Kelly McVitie on the gold medal that she's just won. So Putev takes out the ISD final, a time of 1:14.23. Annika Hussler, the silver, 1:23.33. And Yulia Paevska of the United Kingdom taking out the bronze. Don't think she could quite believe it. Kelly McVitie. And she writes her own little chapter in the history of the Invictus Games. And look what it means to her. Absolutely delighted, and so she should be. A lot of hard work for that moment. Oh, here he is. There he is. The voice, the face behind the voice, who's absolutely got this place pumping. Doing a fantastic job, that man. As is this crowd on day 4 of the Invictus Games. So just confirming the medal placings for that women's ISC final. And it was Kelly McVitie, the gold, Heather Seelover, the silver, and Marta Prinsloo, the bronze. And now we move on to the women's ISE final. These athletes had to qualify with heats earlier this morning. So Natalie Chafuan, Canada will start at 1, Angela Hewson in 2, Jenny Hartley of Great Britain in 3, Erin Brigden of Australia in 4, Alana Ball of the United States in 5, Yael Imba of Israel in 6, Susan Brown in 7. Fastest qualifying coming is Erin Brigden of Australia, 40.69. And And then Alana Ball of the United States just outside of her in a time of 45.63. Jenny Hartley, United Kingdom, in lane 3 came off the qualifying time of 45.56. Good start here in lane 8 from Carly James of the United States. And it is all across there. Lane 4, Erin Brigden of Australia. Look at the form, look at the technique. Great drive, comes down, will touch. Great push off, lovely streamline. Brings that kick into play. Resurfaces. Focuses on that technique. Good head position. Wonderful glide, great display of Erin Brigden of Australia, comfortably taking the gold in a time of 38.38. What a great swim from her. And it'll be Alana Ball of the United States, the silver. Jenny Hartley of the United Kingdom will touch and pick up the bronze. Throw a blanket over fourth, ladies and gentlemen. Might need to go to the photo on that one. We will have to go to the photo for fourth, fifth and sixth. Arguably the closest final we have seen in the pool today. Day 4 of the Invictus Games. Nobody can deny Erin Brigden of Australia, the gold medal in the women's 50 ISE final. And there it is, Erin Brigden, 38.38. Alana Ball, 43.75. Jenny Hartley, 47.50. Great swim from Natalie Chafe-Yuan, 51.79. But just look how close it was. For fourth, fifth, and sixth, we are talking 7/100ths of a second separating those 3 athletes. Just look at that stroke rate. Clearly, if you see the athletes in breaststroke over a longer distance of 200 metres, of course, the stroke rate or distance per stroke will be longer, won't be quite as high. Big emphasis in swimming on what they call distance per stroke, trying to reduce your stroke count. But really, it does come down to individual biomechanics and what best works for you. And the party continues, one more event to go, and that is the 4x50 metre freestyle relay. United Kingdom, Israel, the Ukraine, Australia, United States, Colombia, France and Belgium. Changeovers ever important. Margarena. Reading a lot of what the volunteers had to say about being here, just simply saying, look, just basically volunteering to serve those who serve us. I think it's a lovely sentiment. That's what we all need to remember, whether the athletes are finishing first, finishing just simply here to compete, then ultimately they are serving us. And we shouldn't forget that either, that you talk to a lot of the athletes, it's simply about getting on the start line, simply about making the team, being a part of it. Clearly for others, well, they've got aspirations of winning medals. Certainly nobody is judged, everybody is accepted, everybody shows everyone the respect they all deserve. It's what makes this Invictus game so unique. There are certainly not the egos that you might get with some other sporting events, because how can you have an ego when you see what a lot of these athletes have had to endure? So 4x50 metre freestyle relay, best way to end a swimming session. This is the last event of the day, day 4 of the Invictus Games. All eyes will be on the Australians and the United States. That is a rivalry that transcends sport when it comes to swimming. In a lot of sports, for the Australians, it's nations like New Zealand, the United Kingdom, where predominantly their great rivals are. When it comes to swimming, it's Australia, United States, and I'm not sure it's going to be any different here at these Invictus Games. So the athletes now about to be welcomed onto pool deck. So 50 metres freestyle. Of course, freestyle does mean that athletes can choose whatever stroke they want. It's not your traditional freestyle, or what people would call crawl. It's clearly freestyle for most athletes is the most efficient and fastest form. So the United Kingdom start in 1. Israel in lane 2, Denmark in 3, the might of Australia in 4, the powerhouse that is the United States in 5, Colombia in 6, France in 7, Belgium in lane 8. So Belgium asking for the crowd just to lift them, just to pick them up that little bit. So a mix of all the different categories and levels of impairment make up each of these teams. Must not take off before the swimmer touches the wall. Will be disqualified. Key component of any relay. French are pumped up. Be fascinating to see how these teams stack their relays, the positions they put certain swimmers in. Fastest swimmers first, fastest swimmers at the end. You put them in the middle. Now the chant, USA goes up. The Aussies, oi, oi, oi. And the remaining countries try and get in on the action. It will go quiet now. One of the great events, the 4x50 freestyle relay set to go. And we are underway. Last event of day 4. Great swim coming from the French. Really good start in lane 7 from the French. Immediately the Australians, though, out there in lane 4. Looking to just try and put the hammer down. Out of sight, out of mind is very much their mantra. What a swim coming from the first of the Australian swimmers. Then it will be the Ukraine in lane 3. United States in 4. First second swimmer for Australia has entered the water. Ukraine launched their second swimmer, as do Israel, as do the United States. France are off. Now, big challenge coming here from the Ukrainians. Oh, that's very good. Great relay. This is going to be close, folks. Look at the power, look at the concentration coming. It's still Australia, narrowly over the Ukraine. They turn, the Australians begin to make their move. Ukraine currently in the silver medal position. Next of the Australians goes. It's amazing how much more you lift when it's a relay, when you know you're relying, other people are relying on you. Australia turn in control of this 4x50 metre relay. Great battle for second at the moment between the Ukraine, the United States. But it will be the Australians who touch. The Ukraine pick up silver. The United States the bronze, I think. That's how it will finish. The Australia gold, the Ukraine silver, the United States bronze. Belgium and France, still 25 metres left to swim. French will come down and touch now in lane 7. Good swim from their anchor man. Really good here from Belgium as well. Certainly got the crowd behind them, the Belgium team. They will come down and touch. Isn't it great to see the United States, the Ukraine, the USA all coming together in the pool? When we talk about freestyle, now some of these athletes due to their impairment, breaststroke is their most efficient and effective way. And so great across there to see the United Kingdom finish this relay. The chant of Aussie, 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 oi, oi, oi goes up around this remarkable swimming venue where the party continues. In fact, the party hasn't stopped. Wonderful day in the pool on day 4 of these Invictus Games, confirming the time 209.31 for the Australians. Ukraine silver, United States just 0.05 of a second separate silver from bronze. Really good swim coming from Israel in 4th and 219.66. Colombia 5th, 230.45. Well, that will bring a close to day 4 here in the pool at the 6th Invictus Games. A day of triumph for all of these athletes. Remarkable atmosphere, certainly a day to remember. Hope you have enjoyed the coverage here from Dusseldorf, that you've been left with a real sense of nationalism, that you've gone away inspired, because that really is what this event is about. It's about inspiration, it's about aspiration. Look at the emotion. With those wonderful images, we will leave you here from the pool in Dusseldorf on what has been simply a remarkable day in the pool. It's been an absolute privilege and a pleasure.
It is a culmination of a big tournament of wheelchair basketball at the Invictus Games in 2023. The Merker Spiel-Arena has been the host to some fabulous outings. Pool stages, knockout stages, final stages. This competition has delivered, and now we have the final with the gold medal at stake. The United States, the reigning champions, up against France. Undefeated throughout the competition, last year's champions up against a side that have surprised many on the way to this point, but they did suffer one pool stage defeat, and it was to tonight's opponents. It is filling up nicely. The atmosphere is building, as you'd expect, ahead of this showpiece final. Not many free seats in the house. Just under 8 minutes to go. We'll have two 15-minute periods in these knockout stage matches. 3 8-minute periods across the pool stage.
The big final awaits us. And hopefully you guys are ready. For France versus USA. So who thinks France is going to take home the gold medal? Not too bad. Who believes in the USA?
They definitely believe. They've got good reason. The likes of Kevin Green and Brent Garlick have been tough to stop all competition. Two of the top scorers in the wheelchair rugby competition have transformed and become two of the top scorers in the wheelchair basketball competition.
1, 2, 3. These two sides at the same time on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Wow, I'm impressed. What about you guys? Wie sieht's aus mit euch? Bereit, Lärm zu machen? Ja oder nein? Bereit, Lärm zu machen?
Crowd getting warmed up nicely ahead of the two teams taking the court.
Not bad. DJ Luke, do we have it to you?
USA beating Georgia, New Zealand, France, and the second of the two unconquered teams in the group stage. Their teams put together made up of nations who perhaps don't have enough on their own to submit a full team. But it is two nations coming together to be greater than the sum of their parts and making memories and friends that will last a lifetime. Continuing their recovery through adaptive sport and saying, once again, we are Invictus. Young and old, humans and animals, they're all in here. Plenty of service dogs enjoying the atmosphere too, as the two sides line up, ready to come on. France also played Georgia, and the second of the two unconquered teams. These two coming through the same pool stage. France just that one defeat to the USA, beating New Zealand before a victory over the other unconquered team, made up of German and Dutch nationalities in the semi-final. Their top scorer, Jean-Pierre and Jean-Charles, the French team using just their Christian names right across the Invictus Games.
Let's keep that noise keep off going when we introduce the two teams. We've had plenty of matches over the last 2 days of competition here on Port 1 and on centre. We've had the two semi-finals won by USA and the second semi-final won by France. USA versus France, we had an epic game for bronze medal. And things are getting serious.
Things are getting serious. Here come the officials.
Referee number 2, Marcus Yass. Referee number 3, Maurice Weber. Referee number 4, Bunny. Introducing the USA.
Here come the team to be, led out by Kevin Green. The comradeship and camaraderie have been evident right across the games, nowhere more so than inside this beautiful arena, converted with the roof closed to the preeminent indoor venue for this event. There's the lineup from the squad at least, which 5 will start, we'll find out shortly. All have played their part in reaching this part of the competition. Garlic and Green, the top scorers, ably supported by everybody else on the roster. Here come France, led out by Jean-Pierre, their top scorer. They prove hard to stop, and they have a point to prove, having not registered a point against the US in the pool stage. This promises to be a little tighter than that affair. Here's their squad. 5 allowed at any one time on court. For the most part, it is governed by the rules of the International Wheelchair Basketball Federation. Categorization the same as it was for wheelchair rugby. Players nominated points based on their functional ability and mobility, 3, 2 or 1.
Number 10, Carly J.
US coach. Enjoying herself as much as those out on court so far. Sania Al-Etalati is France's coach. Very emotional when they reach the final. Duchess of Sussex are here to witness the conclusion of the basketball competition. They came earlier on today in the crowd with the Australian fans when they were playing Ukraine.
If you've got a flag, wave your flag, stand up and wave your arms. It's the gold medal match.
French cockerel is right in there. All eyes on the game's founders. Here's the starting five.
Are you ready for the tip-off? Here we go for the gold.
Same with France. We are all set for a big half an hour of wheelchair basketball. Here's the tip-off, won by Green, and the US are underway. Brent Garlick and Green, the danger players for France to watch out for. So mobile, so effective in the chair. Green has wrestled that one away and immediately loses it. It's going to be loud. It's going to be raucous. There's going to be entertainment on show. The foul on Green leading to the first chance of points. Nervy start maybe for Kevin Green. Unlike him, but France escaped. He got 9 points against them in the group stage. Garlick in the way on one side, Jean-Charles on the other. Carly James tracking across. This is Jean-Pierre. Can France strike first? Not here. Doesn't drop, and Green's away. Green and Garlick, brilliant exponents, skillful, fast. This is James. It doesn't drop, but there's another foul.
Carly James.
4 points for Carly James in the semi-final. Inside the first minute, here comes her first chance. There it goes. USA are on the board. Off the rim this time. The rebound with Green on the second attempt. Well, it's better than 2 points, it's 3. Second attempt from Green. A successful attempt. Right under the basket, in it goes.
Substitution, France.
That's an early one. There's an Emmanuel going off, who was wearing 99. Grace, he got 8 points in that semi-final, has come on. Here's Brent Garlick. weaving his way into position. It's aimed at green. It actually flicks into the face of number 74, Frederic. US restart from the baseline. James Garlick is in there. Well, they're keen to stop him and stop him as quickly as they can. But they did it illegally.
Two from the free throw line, Brent Garlick.
Brent Garlick has been very effective from this position. 10 points in the semi-final. There's his first here. Oh, off the rim. Rebounds falls kindly for Brent Garlick. He looks to just roll it down for Green. Top scorer in the gold medal winning wheelchair rugby team. 12 tries in their semi-final. 10 points in the semi-final earlier. Here's Green, who couldn't get there. Garlick to lay one up. We can see who Megan is supporting. Harry's allegiance as yet unknown. Garlick to Green, a familiar pairing off the rim again, and France escaping. Jean-Pierre to Jean-Charles. Suleiman made the little dot over to the right-hand side. US have nicked it away. Green's reach coming in handy. Here he goes. Clustering in the center. Carly James on the left. Straight in. USA extending the lead. Didn't touch the sides. France looking up and seeing that 6-point gap. Needing a score through Jean-Pierre. He's going to be the key man for them, carrying the ball out. Brice wearing 25 with a huge reach. That one only succeeds in knocking Green to the floor again. He's trying to maneuver himself up. He might need a little help in the end. Another who was among the tries as they picked up gold in the wheelchair rugby. Another who has excelled in this competition. Brent Garlick says it's his favourite. He seems to be equally good at both. A veteran of the Warrior Games too, in 2018 and 19. Here's James. Stanley Podhoff is in there. And this time it is France that come away. Brice with the long extended reach of those arms. The Marseillaise echoes around the Merker Spiel-Arena. They took too long to get out of their backcourt. Just 8 seconds allowed to make your way over the midcourt line. Garlick. Perfect for James, and that is perfect too. And the USA have been spot on. Already building an 8-point lead. Just look at that. Maximum points from the coach, Hannah Walker. Timeout call. France looking to reassess.
These people, can we say, hey?
We'll chill on the fast break, but keep running the offense. Keep running it. Steal it. If it's right there, you're not going to not take it. All right? Here we go. USA on 3. 1, 2, 3. USA! Here we go.
And that's what they've done well. Restricted France and stolen the ball back when it's there to be stolen. Early days. France need a couple of baskets just to get themselves back.
Welcome back our two teams, USA and France.
It was a dominant first half display that did for the UK in the semi-final. The USA 21-4 up at half-time. France will have to work hard to make sure that isn't the case here. Here goes Jean-Pierre. Shot clock down to 4. Rushed in the end from Brice. And it resets for Green. They're so quick to get back upfield, USA. France have to be quick to rush back and protect that key area. Green is through. Pothoff is in. And the rebound is Green's again. Swatted away. That'll give the US 14 more seconds. Garlic for Green, round the back and in. They let him go for just a second, and Kevin Green, that's all he needs. It's his birthday today. Might just be about to cap it with a gold medal. USA with a 10-point lead, just about 6 minutes played. France looking to get on the board. This is Jean-Charles. Jean-Pierre is toppling over. They're pretty lightweight, these chairs, much more so than the wheelchair rugby versions with the snowplow on the front or the defensive ones. They've got the 2 sets of little wheels as well as the big spoke wheels. They're definitely agile and mobile. They're also a little lighter. Off comes Sulema. Off comes Carly James. Julius McManus wearing 25 with the headband is on. Frederic 74 is on for France. Here's Garlic all the way through. He's going to let one go anyway. Here's Jerry Blakely also on for the USA as they use the full depth of their squad. Garlic for McManus at the second attempt. He's gone over to Green. Kevin Green. Does it want to go in? Not here. Frederic for France. Crowd willing them to get the first basket. Race on the free throw line. Rebound fielded by Garlic. Long for Green, who delivers. Well, he fielded it, and he converted it. Had to lean and keep his balance, but once he did, that's a familiar outcome. Here come the USA again. So difficult to start. Seven on the shot clock, 6 now. Popped into a good area. And Blakely puts it in, and already the US are up to 14. They mean business. Here's Frederic for France on that free throw line. Can he get his shot away? Off the rim and away. And each time it happens, the US just keep coming back with the speed of Garlic and the skill. Green's right there again. Jean-Charles to Brice. They've got to start making some of that. Moves into the box. Count for France. Jean-Charles in range first time, and it doesn't work out for him either. They're just not getting the luck in front. He's got a real pace to it. Look at how much ground Green has made of it. It's away from McManus, but he has it now. Something has fallen out.
Substitution France. Substitution USA.
On comes DeMarcus Garrett. And Christophe, wearing 71, comes on for France. It's a little rest for Frederic. They're all smiles still. It is being played in the best of spirits. As Julius McManus prepares for the free throw. They're ready. Not this time. Brice, as France search the first points with just about 2/3 of this first half gone. Jean-Pierre has not been allowed to be his usual dangerous self. Brice trying to make sure he beats the shot clock. Jerry Blakely. Danny Pothoff to DeMarcus Garrett. Walker is on wearing 4. Just moved out of the way. In the end, might have got the rebound. It's Jean-Pierre who does get it. Officials have spotted something in that blocking going on as they went downfield. On come a couple more US replacements. Earl Orlinger and Alfred Martinez. Barely a spare seat in the house for this one. Jean-Pierre with just over 4 minutes to go. France yet to get on the board. His teammate Christophe is in the way. He's found the space, doesn't find the basket, but it's there for Brice. 2 and 1, and away it goes with 0.1 of a second left. But it just won't drop for France. Garrett. Orlinger. He fancies one. Orlinger's going to get there. We'll get 14 seconds on the clock for the rebound. Crowd are happy to count it down. Whenever it gets close, that's going to evade the arms of DeMarcus Garrett.
Substitution France.
Well, it's been one of the quickest games we've seen so far. US setting the pace. What can France do about it? Over the midcourt line they come. Emmanuel is on Jean-Charles. Themselves restart on the far side. Number 12, Gael, goes across to take it. On comes Tony Smith. It's the end for now for Gregory Walker. Jean-Pierre. Picked up by Martinez. We haven't seen too many three-pointers in the competition, never mind at the knockout stages. We didn't get one yet. Smith. Shot clock is against him, that doesn't matter. In it goes. USA have their next basket. Clean, very clean. Jean-Pierre to get France on the board. Misses to the left. A few anxious glances as DeMarcus Garrett moves away from Jean-Pierre. He's up to the free throw line. Smith from outside. Garrett from close in. Taken on by Emmanuel. You can push yourself a couple of times before you then have to pass or shoot or dribble. There it goes for Jean-Charles. France on the board. And a huge cheer from those in the tricolor. Well, he kept his balance well. In the end, it cost him a fall. And it's one of the biggest cheers of the game as France get their first basket. They didn't manage to win the first meeting with the US. They have it now. And Smith has the ball. Who's first to the rebound? It's Jean-Charles, but he goes behind. For Garrett. No, but he's getting close enough. He's going to find Olinger, and he finds the basket. On the act. Jean-Pierre. Clock's fast disappearing. That one has just gone wide. Still there for Christophe if he can create the space for the shot. There's half-time. Advantage USA, 18-2 after a dominant first 15. Smiles and high fives all round. It has been another impressive display of wheelchair basketball by the reigning champions. Couple of free throws, most of the points from field goals. France with just that two from Jean-Charles. They need a big second half.
I need everybody on this stand to shout "we." Everybody on this side, "ah." And you guys give me an Invictus. So let's try this together. One more time. On va être pour this one more time. Thank you so much.
The message is loud and clear from everybody in here. People getting vantage points from wherever they can around the Merker Spiel-Arena. There's temporary grandstands set up around the court, but also the seating in the stadium, the football stadium, overlooks from many places.
Feel free to move whichever way feels best. This is Düsseldorf 2023. These are the Invictus Games 2023, and this is the gold medal game.
Here we go. Seconds out. Second half coming. Suleiman to get us underway again for France. Christophe for the French side, looking for the next score. And it goes. Jean-Pierre gets it. France up to 4. I'll get the free throws too, I think. And it goes. France up to 5. It's a good start for the half. Jerry Blakely takes it on. Feels for McManus out on the right-hand side. Pothoff for Saskia. Christophe just carries it over. Kayla Saskia on for the US. She'll restart for McManus. Off the rim again. Christophe, who was part of the team in The Hague, also part of the wheelchair rugby team. Jean-Charles sets himself. Jean-Pierre, and France are fighting back. 5 unanswered points for France at the start of the second half. They're going in for them now, they weren't before. Tony Smith for Blakely. McManus with the reach, and McManus can make it count. USA up to 20 points. Green and Garlic off the court for now. Suleiman makes a dart into the center. Christophe now puts it where he was, just left that space. Blakely doing the role Brent Garlick does when he's on court. Setting the play up. Danny Pothoff has just left that one behind. The unofficial French mascot on the far side, getting things jumping nicely. Jean-Pierre brings it forward. Little low look pass for Jean-Charles. Jerry Blakely progressing quickly from back to front. Now he's on the three-point line. Doesn't fancy it himself, though. McManus can juggle and just scoop it away.
Substitution, USA.
Kayla Saskarov for now. Smith departs too. Emmanuel giving way for France. Everyone's going to get a game. Jean-Pierre over the mid-court line. Gregory Walker on. So too DeMarcus Garrett for the US. Jean-Pierre to Jean-Charles. Oh, they work that nicely. Those two have got real guile about them as Jean-Charles takes a tumble. French coaches quickly on. They don't want the match clock to run down too far. France massed in a protective huddle. Can't stop that. Danny Pothoff from downtown, right in the middle of the basket. It's a Populous basket. Christophe not succeeding this time.
Just over 10 minutes to go, Düsseldorf. Substitution, USA.
Just under 10 minutes, or just over 10 minutes, I think he means. Walker stops on the edge. Pothoff. Blakely, McManus. They didn't spot his little dot. Jean-Charles, did that hit Walker? He's kept it in anyway, keeps the wheels inside the court. It's off the rim from Jean-Charles. Maxime, wearing 39, is on for France.
Substitution, France.
Jean-Charles departs. Now we go again. So too does Jerry Blakely. Pothoff with the shot, got it away before the foul.
Daniel Pothoff from the free throw line.
All eyes on Danny Pothoff. In it goes. Didn't she enjoy that? One more to go. Taking a little run up. Just around the rim this time. Oh, yeah.
Let's keep that noise, Düsseldorf.
Ollinger. That's a neat little touch back from Walker. He'll have a go and get one himself. USA 25, France 7. Jean-Pierre maneuvering himself into a shooting position and delivering. Les Bleus up on their feet. Win or lose, it is still going to be a party. Ollinger for Blakely. Martinez is on wearing 20. Michel marking him wearing 22. Nobody getting tight enough on Daniel Pothoff, but the basketball doesn't fall. Brice advancing a long way. Well, they've had more shooting chance opportunities in the second period. Ollinger. Blakely. Here's Martinez. Inside 4 seconds. Inside the basket. That's another brilliantly judged shot. Brice wide right, spinning and dropping. France in a double figures. Ollinger tried a little cheekily, couldn't stop it. France have got themselves the rebound. Brice coming a long way, right up to the free throw line. It's all US underneath the basket. Jerry Blakely. Julius McManus. Might not be too long before we see Green and Garlic again. They've had an extended rest. Kayla Saska's on. Jean-Charles back for France. Bit of a breather for Jean-Pierre. Breather 2. She's amazed at herself, I think, for making the free throw, but delighted. Ollinger. Everybody with a big smile on their face. French fans and those on the bench alike, even those on court right now. Brice. Not this time. 5.5 to go. It's a little block from Suleiman Julius McManus. I have to try and do it again. Here's DeMarcus Garrett. Going for the three. It'd be good to see one in the final. Jean-Charles charged with getting France back into dangerous territory. Gael. Jean-Charles again. Now he's more like in range. It's Kayla Sasker and now Blakey. Losing out, but Garrett's there. Kayla Sasker is there. Shot clock down to 5. Olinger might not have any choice. Now he goes.
Into the final 5 minutes. Keep that going, Israel.
This is Brice for France. Jean-Charles, it'll drop. And the points and the free throws coming France's way. Look how he's delivered that one. It's just enough spin. Here comes Garlic. Jean-Charles off the rim. Here he goes again. Pascal to try and get one from further out.
Substitution, France.
That is one way to get yourself on television. DeMarcus Garrett within range. Frederic. Advancing close. Close enough to shoot. Here's Brent Garlic on the ball inside the 3-minute mark. Right under the basket. That's DeMarcus Garrett, and it won't go down. Stays out, and France can come forward. Jean-Charles. Garrett looks stunned at the timeout. Jean-Charles in and out. Garlic on the move. Away from Brice. He's directing where he wants it to go. Garrett. Brice for France, spilled by Jean-Charles.
2 minutes remaining, Düsseldorf.
Just 2 more minutes of basketball at the Invictus Games 2023. USA primed to celebrate, but not done yet. Nor are France. Garlic debating what to do for the best. Ollinger. There we go for Garrett. No third time lucky for Marcus Garrett either. France hit the rim again. Saska gets on the board. It's another 2. Inside the last 60 seconds. Up on their feet, the supporters all around the stadium. As Brest lets one go. 29-13.
Substitution, France.
Jean-Charles leaving the court one last time. This is Gaël and Suleiman. We're going to get to see Kevin Green on the court again. Suleiman gets a huge cheer. He gets the 2. He gets the adulation. Out comes the big smile. Garlic from way downtown. Now we go 5, 4, 3, 2 and 1. Now that would have been something. What a finish it would have been to another memorable Invictus moment. The wheelchair basketball final, once again, won by the United States of America. France have played their part in a memorable and thrilling tournament. And a brilliant game.
Let's have a big cheer for the silver medal winners.
USA 29, France 15. The Invictus Games has a worthy final to the wheelchair basketball competition. It was comfortable in the end for the United States of America, who retain the title again. Birthday boy Kevin Green gets himself another medal. But again, it is all about the recovery journey, the memories made, the comradeship, the companionship, and that Invictus spirit, which embodies so much. Being here for many of these surviving selection, the Invictus Foundation's work in the power of recovery and adaptive sport to help that just as important. Another success for Hannah Walker and the United States, but France are loving the moment.
Let's head down to the courtside and join Marcus.
Well, with Danielle now, I just love watching you tonight. You were having so much fun and the whole team played in such quality. It was amazing.
It's absolutely incredible. You guys are amazing. You work hard to have an great game. So I'm so happy that you shoot and make basket. This is so important. Extremely amazing. It's been nuts.
So if you want to say to the fans and the
Thank you for coming out here. We love you all so much. To my teammate, I love you guys. Thank you for improving me every single day. We're dedicated to you.
Wheelchair basketball reaches the semi-final stages here in Germany. Indoor rowing finished up with some dramatic last races, and table tennis makes its introduction at these Invictus Games. A decisive day